Good morning. We are all pleased to welcome you to the final day of the NMMS Users Technical Exchange. Today, we remain focused on the NMMS training series. Mitch is going to be leading us through 741s and reconciliations with some case studies. Today's intensity is a bit higher, and so the schedule has changed a little bit. The lunch break will now be 45 minutes. Also, as we stated yesterday, the NMMS trainings are offered 6 times a year, and the next training coming up is in June 23rd to the 25th, and it will be held in Albuquerque. So sign up for that if you want to be trained in Albuquerque by Mitch. You can contact NMMS if you want to sign up.
Thank you so much, Michelle. As we are on our final day, we would like to once again extend our appreciation to our NMMS analysts as their dedication to the NMMS operations, nuclear materials data, and their strive for ensuring that data remains strong is beyond invaluable, not just to sites and facilities, but to the U.S. government. Additionally, I would like to extend appreciation to those that have helped coordinate and make this event possible, as the amount of planning, logistics, time and energy that is involved to execute such an event as smooth and accessible and content enriched as possible for you all is irreplaceable. So thank you.
Thank you.
To add to what Michelle just noted, if those are new to the community, would like to be in the loop with events or news related to nuclear materials reporting in NMMS, you can email the NMMS mailbox and ask to be added to our NMMS distribution list. By being in this list, you shall receive frequent NMMS announcements, including the newsletter on a quarterly basis, as well with special announcements that get sent out through the year. Mm-hmm. This includes updates or reminders of NMMS training schedules. And also, this would include announcements for the following next year's 31st annual NMMS Users Technical Exchange. But on that, so please do, if you have any insights onto what you would like to see, we have the survey. This will be at the end of today's Zoom link. Please fill it out and say what you would like to see at next year. Or even if you don't have time to fulfill that survey, you can also send your comments, suggestions to the NMMS mailbox as well. Well, now heading into the NMMS training series, I would like to shortly cover as a reminder for those joining today of the importance and purpose of yesterday and today's condensed 6-hour program. This purpose of the NMMS training series is to provide to you a customized virtual training that will hopefully provide either foundational and or enhanced knowledge related to the purpose of nuclear material reporting, as well as the importance and application of NMMS data, meeting DOE and NRC requirements and regulations, as well as becoming familiar with the reports needed and mechanisms associated with reporting to NMMS in order to meet these needs, which I'm sure you have heard many different codes and mechanisms, and you're going to hear a lot more today. So with that said, I will be handing it over to Mitch Hembry, our NMMS analyst, who will be beginning the last day of the NMMS training series by addressing the fundamentals of nuclear material transactions, the DOE Form 741.
Excellent.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mitch. In this module, we will be reviewing the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report. The NMMS training module for transaction reporting is broken up into 2 areas. In the first topic, we will introduce the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report and review its purpose in domestic reporting of nuclear materials. In addition, we will discuss the corresponding regulatory requirements that dictate the need for transaction reporting. In the second section, we will provide a detailed description of the DOE NRC Form 741. We will cover the process on how to complete and submit a transaction report to NMMS. We will review the required MC&A data fields, the types of codes used to complete the form, and possible submittal methods for reporting to NMMS. Also, we will outline the process for quality assessment and validation of transaction reports that are submitted to NMMS. Let us start off with Topic 1, Introduction to Nuclear Material Transaction Reports, the DOE NRC Form 741. NMMS provides support to DOE and NSA sites and NRC licensee facilities for maintaining documentation of authorities, responsibilities, and processes to carry out material control and accountability functions, also known as MC&A functions, which includes reporting of the transfer of nuclear materials. The transfer of nuclear materials are reported on the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report, where these reports are utilized to help track information regarding shipments and receipts, on-site changes, and changes to nuclear materials subject to nuclear cooperation agreements, known as NCAs. The DOE NRC Form 741 is also referred to as Inventory Change Reports, or ICRs. These transaction reports are required to be submitted to NMMS by DOE and NSA sites and NRC licensee facilities if there is an inventory change of a reportable amount of nuclear material at the facility. Of all the different types of documents reported to NMMS, the U.S. Facility Submitted Nuclear Material Transaction Report is the largest and most active component. So, what exactly are the types of transactions that could be reported on the transaction report? Transaction reports can provide information regarding the shipment and receipt of nuclear material between two different facilities, either domestic or international, indicating reporting of imports and exports. Also, transaction reports can reflect on-site gains or losses of nuclear material which impact a facility's nuclear material inventory, which may be due to on-site production, burn-up, decay, normal operational losses, and numerous other instances. Transaction reports can also reflect the movement of nuclear material from one financial asset to another. The DOE NNSA project number is the reporting code used to track financial assets and is reported on the DOE NRC Form 741. Additionally, the Nuclear Material Transaction Report can reflect movements and inventory changes of nuclear material that are subject to nuclear cooperation agreements known as foreign obligations. DOE NNSA sites and NRC licensee facilities have different regulatory requirements for when they must report a nuclear material transaction report to NMMS. For DOE NNSA sites, they must submit a transaction report to NMMS if their site ships or receives a reportable quantity of nuclear material, their site performs an activity that results in a gain or loss of nuclear material at the site, or if their nuclear material on site has in some other way increased or decreased. While most of the material types reported to NMMS are reported to the nearest whole unit, there are some material types that are reported to the nearest fractional reporting unit, which in this case is for plutonium-238, which is material type code 83, deuterium, which is code 86, and tritium, which is code 87. Later in this training, we will go into further detail regarding material types and the reportable units of measure. Now that we have talked about DOE and NSA sites, what are the reporting requirements for NRC licensee facilities? NRC licensees must submit a transaction report to NMMS if their facility ships or receives a reportable unit of nuclear material or their facility has performed an activity resulting in a gain or loss of nuclear material, or if nuclear material at their facility has otherwise increased or decreased. Material types must be reported to the nearest whole unit unless a facility has been directed otherwise by NRC management. When reporting nuclear material transaction reports to NMMS, remember that there may be additional complexities in transaction reports that should be considered. These complexities may arise due to additional functions, such as when reporting high volumes of shipments and receipts. The diversity of the material types and their isotopic composition may also impact the nuances of reporting to NMMS. Processing of nuclear materials such as blending and enrichment initiate complexities in reporting. Complexities in the different quantities of nuclear material is also potentially complicated from the perspective of NMMS reporting. The different business practices and needs between customers and suppliers can add detail to reporting on the DOE NRC Form 741. Reporting requirements may vary between reporting facilities that impact NMMS reporting, as well as different regulatory requirements placed on some facilities, including treaty-specific requirements on how to handle nuclear obligated material on site. This slide visually displays what the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report looks like. This report is a one-page form that is divided into sections. We will go over each section in detail. Note that of all the DOE NRC NMMS forms, the Form 741 is the most detailed and nuanced. Here you can see that the DOE NRC Form 741, the Nuclear Material Transaction Report, is broken up into 4 sections. There is a header section, an obligated nuclear materials section, a detail section, and lastly, the signature and date block. So let's go over what is contained within each of these sections. The transaction header information section covers boxes 1 through 16 and boxes 22 through 25, where the facility will provide general information regarding the transaction be reported. So, what is general information? The general information on the Form 741 defines the function and purpose of the transactions. Items to be reported would be who is involved in the shipment, the date of the transaction, and what is the type of activity in this transaction actually being reported: a shipment, a receipt, in place, a correction. Next is the transaction detail information section that covers the box 26 shipper's data and box 27 receiver's data that has multiple columns within them where the facility will list the actual nuclear material information involved in the transaction. In this section, the nuclear material is defined by declaring the type of material, the ownership of the material, and the chemical composition of the material. Also, quantitative information is included, such as number of items, element weight, isotope weight, and weight percent isotope. The combination of this information will define nuclear material gains and losses of what types of amounts have impacted a facility's inventory. In the next section on the DOE NRC Form 741 displayed here is where a U.S. facility reports changes to their foreign obligated nuclear material in their inventory. The facility will provide foreign obligation information within the boxes 17 to 21 of the DOE NRC Form 741. Lastly, here is the Nuclear Material Transaction Report signature and date block section, where an individual from the facility must sign and date either on the shipper or receiver side to provide assurances that the data being reported is accurate and is in no way a false statement. Now that we have introduced you to what a transaction report is and its purpose, we will now provide an in-depth explanation of the process needed to be taken to complete and prepare the nuclear material transaction report, as well as submitting them to NMMS. When reporting material types on the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report, the material type is reported using a 2-character field. DOE NNSA reports up to 16 material types. Depleted uranium, material type code 10, is reported to NMMS in whole kilograms. Enriched uranium, code 20, plutonium-242, code 40, americium-241, code 44, americium-243, code 45, curium code 46, and plutonium material type 50, all reported in whole grams. Enriched lithium material type 60 is reported to NMMS in whole kilograms. Note that all material type codes listed are non-assay specific versions of the material, delineated to be generic material type codes. We will find when discussing material types for physical inventory and material balance that there are cases where assay-specific material type codes will be reported. Additional DOE NNSA material types tracked by NMMS are uranium-233, material type 70, reported in whole grams. Normal uranium is code 81 in whole kilograms. Neptunium-237, material type 82, reported in whole grams. Plutonium-238, code 83, grams to the 10th. Deuterium, code 86, reported to the 10th of a kilogram. Tritium is material type 87 to the 100th of a gram. Thorium, code 88, is to the whole kilogram. And uranium in cascades, which is in whole grams, is reported using material type code 89. For NRC licensee facilities, there are 8 material types that are reported to NMMS. A unique nuance regarding NRC licensee reporting is that if a licensee facility is reporting an import or export, the site will report material types using alpha material type codes listed under the column Imports/Exports. If a licensee is reporting domestic activity, they will report material types using the numeric domestic codes, just like DOE NNSA sites. Here is a review of the 8 NRC reportable material types. Depleted uranium, material type 10 or D for imports and exports, reported in kilograms. U-235 and enriched uranium, code 20 or EG for those imports and exports in whole grams. Normal uranium, code 81 or N in kilograms. Uranium in cascades, code 89 in whole grams. U-233, which is material type 70 or EK, reported in whole grams. Thorium, code 88 or T in kilograms. Plutonium is reported in whole grams using the material type code 50 or P. Finally, Pu-238, which is code 83 or Pu, reported to the 10th of a gram. Another important part of the alphabet for reporting to NMMS are the process codes and action codes. Let's first review the process code. This code identifies the specific type of document processing action that is required of NMMS. With the processing code, it is all about the timing of sending Form 741s to NMMS. The process code A is a notification to add the initial entry of data to NMMS. This represents the first time the specific DOE NRC Form 741 is being reported to NMMS. The C process code represents the replacement of an existing entry that has previously been reported to NMMS. To perform this processing action, an earlier version of the Form 741 must be on file in NMMS. The last option is the D process code, which represents a deletion or removal of an existing document reported earlier to NMMS through a DOE NRC Form 741. Please note that the process codes C and D cannot be used after the close of the NMMS processing period for the Form 741 of interest. The action code is a code that identifies the nature or purpose of a transaction being reported on a DOE NRC Form 741, whether that document is reporting shipper's information or the document is reporting the receiver's information. The specificity of the type of transaction being reported is identified by reporting the action code. When reviewing action codes, it is important to note whether the specific action code applies to the shipper or to the receiver. Let's take a look at some of these action code declarations. Action code A is the main shipper's action code used when reporting to NMMS. It identifies the shipper's original data DOE NRC Form 741. Action Code B identifies receiver's Form 741 information where the receiver is accepting weights without measurement. Action Code C identifies a shipper's adjustment or the shipper's acceptance or acknowledgement of a receiver's adjustment. In other words, a C Action Code Form 741 is a new NMMSS document that is reporting corrections to a previous Action Code A original shipper's document. Similarly, Action Code D identifies the receiver's adjustment or the receiver's acceptance of acknowledgement of a shipper's adjustment. The D Action Code from Form 741 is a new NMMSS document that is reporting corrections to a previously reported receiver's Action Code B or E document. Speaking of the Action Code E, this code identifies the receiver's independent measurement of the receipt of material. Our next set of action codes start with the Action Code J, which identifies receiver's interim project data. This is also known as material in transit receiver's information. Note that this action code is specific to DOE NNSA site reporting requirements. Action Code M identifies other types of on-site receipts and removals reported on a DOE NRC Form 741. These are additional transaction activities other than shipments or receipts that affect a facility's inventory. Action Code N has different definitions based on NRC and DOE reporting requirements. For NRC licensee facilities, the N action code indicates that the receiver of nuclear material will delay measurement beyond 10 days, but less than 60 days for source and LEU, and within 45 days for HEU. For DOE NNSA sites, the action code N indicates that the receiver will complete measurement within 11 and 30 days of receipt. The last action code on this slide is P. This action code specifies that the Form 741 identifies in-place project transfers or uranium enrichment contract reclassification. Note that the use of action code P is specific to DOE reporting requirements only. The final set of action codes to discuss begin with Action Code S. This code identifies receiver's data in accepting shipper's weight under a safeguards closure arrangement. Action Code U indicates that the receiver will delay measurement of material beyond 30 days. Note that this action code is specific to DOE reporting requirements. The remaining three action codes are specific to obligations reporting. X and Y represent obligation exchanges, one for the shipper and the other is for the receiver. And finally, the R action code is used for the removal of obligations based on former Soviet Union material. This foreign obligation specific action code will be reviewed in detail in the foreign obligations section. The next NMMSS code to discuss is called Nature of Transaction Codes, also known as TI codes. This code is to be completed for DOE-owned material that is transferred under lease or loan arrangements pursuant to an enrichment services agreement, or material sold or donated by or to DOE NNSA. This code is not to be completed for transfers of DOE-owned contract nuclear materials within or between DOE NNSA programs, transfers of material owned by other U.S. government agencies, transfers of non-DOE owned material or transfers to DOE NNSA facilities under 42 U.S.C. 2121B or C as amended. Let us review the different types of TI codes available for reporting to NMMSS. The A code denotes the initiation of a loan or lease. TI code B is the transfer of leased loaned material with no change in loan lease responsibility. Nature of transaction code C represents a transfer of a loan or lease. Code D represents the return of leased or loaned material to DOE NNSA for credit. TI code E is a cell for DOE and NSA. Code F is pursuant to an enriching services agreement. Nature of transaction code G is a cell to DOE and NSA. Code R is a transfer from DOE owns to non-DOE owned inventory other than by sale or enriching service agreement. And finally, the TI code S is a transfer from non-DOE owned to DOE owned inventory other than by sale or enriching services agreement. Note that for all nuclear material transfers listed on this slide, the same nature of transaction code must be reported on the shipper's Form 741 and the receiver's Form 741. There are two additional NMMS reporting codes that are used in correlation with the nature of transaction TI code. The two codes are the for account and to account. Let's start with the to account. The to account is used to signify the risk facility that has financial programmatic responsibility after a transaction characterized using a nature of transaction code has taken place. This is generally applicable when DOE-owned material is involved in the transfer. There are numerous to-account edit checks, also known as validation checks, that correlate with the TI code that NMMS verifies when data is reported to NMMS. For example, the to account is required for uranium enrichment product delivered by DOE, which is seen when the TI code F is reported. The to account is required to identify the facility that is purchasing material from DOE, which refers to TI code E. Also, the to account is required to identify the facility to which DOE is donating material, referred to TI code R. And finally, the to account is required to identify the DOE facility that is programmatically responsible for transfers to or from an NRC licensee or foreign risks. The for account code is also used in tandem with the TI code when reporting in NMMS. The for account is used to signify the risk that has financial programmatic responsibility prior to a nuclear material transaction transfer. Generally, it is applicable when DOE-owned material is involved in this transfer. As with the to account code, there are validation checks performed for the for account as well. The for account code is required to identify the facility that is selling material to DOE, which refers to TI code G. For account is also required to identify the facility that is donating material to DOE, which is reported with the TI code S. And finally, the for account is required for uranium enrichment product delivered to DOE, which refers to TI code F. NMMS directions for reporting the TI code for account and to account are found in the supplementary instructions of Appendix C of the NMMS User's Guide on Table C1 seen here. The transaction type column describes the scenario by which the nuclear material is being transferred. Note that the S/R column indicates whether the scenario described by the transaction type applies to the shipper's or receiver's DOE NRC Form 741. The remaining columns on Table C1 describe how to populate related codes such as the TI code, for account, and to account. Unique acronyms used in this table include ANY for any risks except Department of Defense risks. CON represents any DOE and NSA site called contractor risks. If LIC is specified, any NRC licensee risk is allowed. The FOR acronym applies to any foreign risks. CON is applicable to any DOE and NSA waste site. SEP is for isotopic separation facilities. Lastly, DOD is specific to Department of Defense facilities. Also of importance on Table C1 is explanatory notes. Explanatory notes are indicated on Table C1 by numbers within parentheses. Examples include transaction type scenario number 3, which refers to explanatory note number 2 for the shipper risk and receiver risk columns. This note indicates that the decision directions are given in the explanatory note number 2, which states that when the shipment is to an NRC licensee facility, the shipper risk may be anything, but the receiver risk must be an NRC licensee facility. When the shipment is from an NRC licensee facility, the receiver risk may be any type of facility. The shipper risk or the receiver risk must be a licensee for consistency with this scenario. For transaction type scenario 5, the to account column block refers to explanatory notes 8 and 9. These notes state that the to account should be either an NRC licensee or foreign risk, which is now note number 8, and that the for and to account cannot be identical, which is note number 9. All these conditions should be met for this scenario to be acceptable. There are several additional field elements reported on the DOE NRC Form 741 that are of interest, which we will review on this slide. The total gross weight, which is reported on the original Shippers Form 741s, where the action code is A. The total gross weight is reported in kilograms. The total volume is only reported on original Shippers Form 741s, where the nuclear material is being shipped to a waste facility, entered in cubic meters. Remember that the first character of the RIS for waste facilities is the character V. The identification item, usually referred to as the batch name, is required for import or export transactions. Lastly, the number of items field identifies the number of similar objects such as cylinders, packs, drums, bottles, or tank vessels to which the line of data pertains. The element and isotope limits of error are primarily for DOE NRC Form 741s involving special nuclear material, SNM, or tritium, where measurement uncertainties are entered as weight quantities in accordance with the established reporting unit for the given material type. The country of obligation code is required for nuclear material that is subject to a nuclear cooperation agreement and NCA. This field is a 2-character foreign obligation code representing the country or entity designated relating to the NCA. In the following slides, we will provide more clarification of reporting foreign obligations on the DOE NRC Form 741. Defining foreign obligations. Foreign obligations apply to nuclear material that is located within the U.S. that is subject to a nuclear cooperation agreement, also known as an NCA. NCA requirements are listed in Section 123 of the Atomic Energy Act of 1954 as amended. NCAs streamline the licensing process for the export and import of nuclear material, equipment, and technology to other countries. Nuclear material subject to an NCA is to only be used for peaceful uses and must be safeguarded. So, what are the regulations that drive foreign obligations accounting? The U.S. government negotiates and agrees to the specific terms, conditions, format, and content of reporting. DOE requires its sites to track and report transactions and inventory of obligated nuclear material to NMMSS. The NRC also requires its licensee facilities to track and report their transactions and inventory of obligated nuclear material to NMMSS. There is a 2-digit code used to identify which NCA or NCAs that nuclear material is obligated to. This obligated material is reported to NMMSS through the use of the DOE NRC Form 741, which is the Nuclear Material Transaction Report, and the DOE NRC Form 742, the Material Balance Report. There are numerous bilateral agreements between the U.S. and other foreign entities. Seen here is a list of agreements for peaceful nuclear cooperation that are in force with the U.S. as of February 1st, 2025. From a NMMS reporting perspective, the most common entities seen here are Australia, Canada, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the European Atomic Energy Community known as Euratom. Foreign obligations must be tracked within the U.S. fuel cycle. The following foreign obligation activities may require associated obligations reported to NMMS. When a U.S. facility reports the import of material, this could be natural uranium that comes to a conversion or an enrichment plant, enriched uranium to a fuel fabrication facility, or the return of spent fuel from a foreign research reactor. If exporting material out of the U.S., foreign obligation reporting may come into play involving enriched uranium, natural uranium, or fabricated fuel assemblies. Also, consider foreign obligation reporting when reporting retransfers or international obligation exchanges. In addition to imports, exports, and retransfers, the DOE NRC Form 741 is used to document changes that occur within facilities that impact the nuclear material inventory and foreign obligation tallies at a facility, such as domestic shipments and receipts, nuclear losses such as plutonium decay and U-335 fission, plutonium production, category changes such as the enrichment process where normal uranium becomes depleted uranium and enriched uranium, or blending such as normal uranium to low enriched uranium, and any other processes that would affect your inventory, such as shipper-receiver differences or process losses. This slide lists the obligation codes for reporting on the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report. Highlighted in blue are the most common obligation codes that we see in reporting to NMMS. 31 for Australia, 32 for Canada, 33 for Euratom, 34 for Japan, 45 for the United Kingdom, 46 for the layered obligation of United Kingdom and Australia, 47 for the layered obligation of United Kingdom and Canada, 91 for Australia Euratom, and 92 for Canada Euratom. Note that we could have multiple layers referring to many entities characterized to a single obligation. For example, the code 53 is defined as United Kingdom, Euratom, and Japan. This characterization indicates that whatever the inventory is and whatever material is associated with that reported item, the United Kingdom, Euratom, and Japan all claim equal ownership, equal responsibility for that material. Also, notice that there are several foreign obligation codes that include the text Eureka USA. This delineation refers to the condition where the material processed through the Eureka USA enrichment facility in the U.S. has acquired an additional layer of obligations called Eureka USA. Once that material is exported out of the United States, that layer shows that Eureka USA layer removed. Also, there are many examples showing multitudes of layers of complexity in the obligation code, such as Foreign Obligation Code 77, which is a 5-layer code for Australia, Canada, Euratom, Japan, and Eureka USA. On this slide, we will provide an explanation of some common transactional terminology. A shipment DOE NRC Form 741 refers to one document in an event. The event represents nuclear material moving from one location to another. A receipt DOE NRC Form 741 refers to one document for an event. A transaction data set comprises of all the Form 741 documents for a given event. And we call that this series, which consists of the shipper risk, the receiver risk, and the transaction number. The process date refers to the NMMS record processing month, which is closed out by around the 20th of the following month. The process date is recorded by the year and month in the format of year, month. What is the data element? These are all the codes that are populated on the DOE NRC Form 741, which may be quantitative values and other special codes. How is a unique transaction identified using NMMS reporting codes? The identification of a unique Form 741 document is the combination of the shipper risk, receiver risk, transaction number, correction number, process code, and action code. The last portion of our discussion of the NMMS reporting alphabet must include understanding date terminology, consisting of action date, capture date, and process period. The action date refers to the date on which the event activity such as shipment, operating loss, on-site adjustment, or otherwise actually transpired. The capture date refers to the point at which the DOE NRC Form 741 was processed into the NMMS database. The process period refers to the NMMS business month that was available and correlated with the action date during which the transaction was filed. Hello, my name is Mitch. In this module, we will be reviewing the various functional uses of the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report, including domestic, import and export, and one-party reporting. To conclude, we will discuss how to correct, adjust prior reported nuclear material transaction reports. In the prior module, we reviewed the alphabet for NMMS relating to nuclear material transactions. Let's now take a look at specific types of transactions reported, beginning with domestic type transactions. Domestic transactions involve the transfer of nuclear material from one U.S. facility to another U.S. facility. Especially for U.S. DOE and NSA sites, in-transit activity may come into play when reporting domestic transactions to NMMS. In-transit accounting is specific to DOE transaction reporting, not NRC. All shipments made by the end of the month and reported to NMMS by the closing date for that month are considered received and should be placed on the accounting books for the receiving facility and removed from the books for the shipping facility. Receipt of DOE-owned material must be acknowledged during the same month as the shipment, regardless of whether the nuclear material has been physically received. What are the in-transit accounting requirements that are the responsibility of the shipper? The shipper, during the last 5 calendar days of the month, shall provide the receiver with essential details about the shipment that had taken place. This includes the transfer series, which includes the shipper risk, receiver risk, and transaction number, the material type, the element and isotope weights, the project numbers, which would include the owner code of G, any obligation information that would be contained within data blocks 17 through 21 of the DOE NRC Form 741. Also, the number of items involved in the shipment would be included, the composition code, and the date of shipment. In-transit accounting requirements being the responsibility of the receiver assure that DOE-owned material is slotted into a receiving project by submitting an Action Code J transaction Form 741 to NMMS. Remember that the action date for the J Form 741 must be in the same month as the shipment. Submit an N or U transaction notifying of delay in measurement as appropriate. If there will be a measurement delay in submitting the final B, which is accepting shipper's values, receipt 741, or E, receiver's measurement 741. Let's review an example where in-transit accounting was performed. The shipper's data on file with NMMS, and then the receiver's interim project data, the Action Code J Form 741, is also on file with the shipper's quantities during the same month. In addition, the receiver's final data that was submitted during the month of the shipment, where the receiver's data is used in issuing reports and determining inventory balances for the receiver at the end of the month. All reporting for this event is complete and was reported within the same month. Our second example for in-transit accounting is as follows. The shipper's data is on file with only the receiver's interim data. The J action code transaction is on file at the end of the month. For this month, NMMS uses the J action code shipper-based data to determine inventory balances for the receiver. During month 2, the receiver's final data is on file with NMMS. The shipper-based action code J data is backed out, and the receiver's final data is used in determining inventory balances for the receiver. For transfers between DOE and NSA sites and the Department of Defense, DOE and NSA sites, also called contractors, are to obtain prior written authorization from the program office responsible for the DoD activity or from the Defense Program Administrator. Authorization for transfer to the Naval Reactors Program will be obtained from the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Naval Reactors at the NNSA. All transfers require the completion of a DOE NRC Form 741 by the contractor. The Department of Defense is not required to submit a DOE NRC Form 741. Their portion of a data set will be generated by NMMS. What is the process for transfers from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to the Department of Defense? For these shipments, DoD will contact Department of Energy headquarters to determine which DOE site will act as a liaison between the DoD and the NRC licensee facility. The responsible program office will designate the DOE site or field element to handle the transfer. The designated DOE site will advise the licensee when to initiate a DOE NRC Form 741 in accordance with preparation and distribution instructions that apply to the licensee. Nuclear material categories involved in the transfers mentioned in the previous slide include 91B, which describes nuclear material designated for use by the DoD in the interest of national defense, and 91C, which is nuclear material designated for sale, lease, or loan to other nations in the interest of mutual defense. In addition to the ability of the DOE NRC Form 741 to report domestic transfer activity, import-export transactions are also reported to NMMS using the same form. How does NMMS distinguish import and export transactions? Imports and exports involve transfers of nuclear material between one U.S. facility and a foreign facility. Remember that it is easy to identify a foreign risk code. Look at the first character of the RIS. It must be an R for foreign facilities other than Caribbean-based sites, which begin with 2. Key information to remember when reporting exports of nuclear material include Box 15, found in the DOE NRC Form 741 header. A valid export license must be listed. The terms of the export license will include a maximum amount of material that may be exported over the lifetime of the license, as well as relevant foreign obligations and other eligible parties for these transfers. As with domestic reporting, shippers' data will be recorded in Box 26. Please note that if the export involves fuel assemblies, each individual fuel assembly should be recorded on its own line. Also, exports of one or more reportable units of nuclear material should be documented as a transaction on the DOE NRC Form 741. Also, remember that reporting of the batch identification is required when reporting exports. For reporting imports of nuclear material, imports of one or more reportable units of nuclear material should be documented as a transaction on the DOE NRC Form 741. The receiving facility will complete a Form 741 for both the shipper and the receiver and will make sure to use the shipper's batch name on both the shipper's and receiver's documents. A valid import license, such as the general license called GENLIC, GENLIC, will be included in box 15. Shipper's data will be recorded in box 26, and receiver's data will be recorded in box 27. As with exports, the batch identification is required to be reported on shipper and receiver import 741s. Another type of DOE NRC Form 741 reported to NMMS are called one-party transactions. These transactions are submitted by U.S. facilities to record on-site nuclear material changes that result in a change to their site's inventory. A one-party transaction is a DOE NRC Form 741 transaction used to report an on-site gain or loss of reportable nuclear materials to NMMS. It is not part of a shipment or receipt involving another facility. So, how are one-party transactions used? The primary purpose of the one-party type Form 741 is to report gains and losses of nuclear material, which impacts a facility's inventory. Also, one-party Form 741s are used to report standalone concise notes, particularly for the IAEA. In special cases, one-party transactions are used to correct previously reported data and to report obligation activity. Another use is to send one-party transactions to NMMS before or at the time of a facility's reported annual material status report, known as the MSR. If it is necessary for a facility to correct previously reported data, using a one-party transaction may be the best way to make certain changes. A NMMS analyst will assist you if these instances are necessary. The process for reporting a one-party transaction is the same as when reporting shipments and receipt DOE NRC Form 741s, except for the following unique nuances. Your risk code is used for both the shipper and receiver. You will always use the action code M when reporting a one-party transaction. We are introducing a new NMMS report code called the Inventory Change Type, ICT, which will be used when reporting one-party transactions. This code will delineate whether quantities being listed are increasing or decreasing inventory for a given type of material. Corrections made to previously reported one-party transactions are done with an additional Form 741 document using the M action code. There is not a unique action code representing a one-party correction, like we have seen for shipper and receiver Form 741 corrections. Note that the total gross weight found in the Form 741 header is not reported. Total gross weight is only reported on original shipper Form 741s when the action code is A. Also, the number of items found in the details section of the Form 741 is not required in all circumstances. Number of items is not reported on detail lines on one-party transactions, except for ICT lines miscellaneous shipment and miscellaneous receipt, where reporting of the number of items is optional. And finally, notice that there are numerous special edit checks applicable to the nuanced definition of inventory change type codes that are used on a one-party transaction. And now we will go into more specifics regarding the new code for one-party on-site changes called the Inventory Change Type, also called ICT, and also called Use Code. Please note that there are different guidance for NRC licensee facilities and DOE NNSA sites. We will first review the guidance for NRC facilities, beginning with one-party on-site gains. One on-site gain for NRC licensee facilities involve production. They would use the use code NP. For any kind of blending activities like nuclear material going from enriched to depleted, code ED, normal to enriched, code NE, normal to depleted, code ND, depleted to enriched, code DE, or depleted to normal, code DN. They would use an alphabetic code of 2 characters to represent the change. Also, we have a category of receipts miscellaneous, which would use an inventory change type of 3-4. This use code would be reported for cases where material is received at the facility but were not able to be reported to NMMS using a traditional Form 741 receipt. These inventory change types represent on-site gains for NRC licensing facilities. For DOE and NSA sites, there are numerous options available for reporting on-site gains and one-party transactions. Inventory change type 11 represents procurement from DOE and NSA. Code 13 is purchase procurement for the account of DOE and NSA. ICT 21 is for nuclear production. Use code 22 represents from other materials, the resultant nuclear material type gain from a blending activity. Code 34 is miscellaneous receipts, the same as discussed on the NRC gain slide. ICT 37 represents procurement by others. Codes 38 and 39 represent donated material, one being from DOE and NSA to others, and the other being from others to DOE and NSA. Note that DOE and NSA site inventory change types are always numeric in nature, while NRC licensee facility inventory change types may be numeric or alphanumeric. NRC licensee facilities have more options available for reporting on-site losses. The use code TN represents decay. EN represents two other materials, which involves a blending action, which may be the alpha reporting of ED, NE, ND, DE, DN, or EE. This reporting represents the initial quantity of material prior to the blend occurring. ICT code 54 represents shipments miscellaneous. This use code would be reported for cases where material is shipped from the facility, but the facility is not able to report to NMMS using a traditional Form 741 shipment. Code LN is fission and transmutation. Code LD represents normal operational losses and measured discards. The use code MF represents inventory difference. Finally, ICT code 65 represents rounding bias. Note that you should use the correct change code when performing blending operations, and they must be paired on the same transaction. As mentioned earlier, inventory change types for NRC are both numeric and alphanumeric in nature. DOE and NSA sites also have multiple options regarding on-site losses and the type of inventory change. The most common uses of these ICT codes for DOE are 54 shipments miscellaneous, 65 rounding bias, 71 degradation to other materials, the resultant material type of a blending activity, code 72 decay. Use code 73, fission and transmutation. Code 74, normal operational losses, measured discards. 76 is for approved write-offs. And ICT code 77 for inventory differences. An easy reference for interpretation of inventory change types is that if the numeric code is less than 40, by nature, the quantities listed on the line on the Form 741 represents an inventory gain. If the numeric code is greater than 40, by nature, the positive quantities listed on the Form 741 line represent a reduction in inventory. All these site losses represent a removal from your inventory. For ICT codes 65, rounding bias, and 77, inventory difference, if a negative quantity is specified, this negative value actually represents an increase to your inventory. Remember that for blending operations, use the following inventory change type codes. For DOE and NSA sites, use a combination of ICT codes 22 and 71, where 71 line represents the original material and 22 represents what the material became. For NRC licensee facilities, report alpha codes to represent the source material and the resultant material. For example, if material was blended from enriched to normal, it would be the alpha code EN. Additionally, remember that for blending, line pairing is required. One line denotes the original type of material, and the other line denotes the resultant type of material. The last type of transaction that we will be discussing is the adjustment, which is when a U.S. facility reports the correction of previously reported information that had been sent to NMMS. One type of adjustment involves a process code change. You may change or delete data on previously submitted DOE NRC Form 741s that are in an open month by resubmitting using a specific process code. Recall that process code C is for the replacement of a data set, and code D is for the deletion of a data set, and can only be used during an open month. When a transaction adjustment is required for DOE NRC Form 741s in a processing month that has already been closed, an adjustment document will have to be reported to NMMS. This reporting will involve the introduction of the code correction number, back reference lines, and the use of the action code C, D, M, or P. Note that the reporting of back reference information is optional for DOE NNSA sites. So, when is an adjusting Form 741 required to be reported to NMMS? An adjustment is required when correcting previously reported transactions that have been processed in NMMS and the month in which they were processed is already closed. Once a transaction is closed, modification of the transaction is no longer permitted. Thus, a correcting 741 must be submitted instead. How would someone know what are open and closed NMMS processing months? NMMS normally closes the transaction database processing month around the 22nd of each month for the previous month's data that has been received. There are two action codes for the DOE NRC Form 741 that are specific to performing adjustment or corrections to prior reported data. Action code C is used for corrections by the shipper and can be used to accomplish the adjustment of previously reported shipments or the acknowledgement of receiver adjustments or the acceptance of receiver adjustments. Note that action code C correction must be compatible with the receiver side of the transaction if a numeric correction number is issued. If an alpha correction number is issued, the receiver does not have to respond with a correction. The action code D will be used by a receiver for corrections and can be used to accomplish the adjustment of previously reported receipts, the acknowledgement of the shipper's adjustment, or the acceptance of shipper adjustments. Note that the action code D correction must be compatible with the shipper's correction. Additionally, the only receivers 741s that can be correctly adjusted are receipt documents accepting shipper's values, which is action code B, or receipt documents of receiver's measurement, that's action code E. Corrections of one-party transactions will continue to use the action code M with the addition of a correction identifier to distinguish it as an adjustment. This Form 741 is used for adjusting previously reported one-party gains and losses. The action code P will continue to be used for DOE-owned material that had previously been reported on a project transfer, and again, the correction identifier distinguishes it as an adjustment. There are several cases for adjusting a DOE NRC Form 741 form where fields within the form will need to be negated. This negation is mathematically removing the quantities of material originally reported. There are a total of 5 numeric fields to mitigate on an adjustment transaction report if they were originally reported. These fields are number of items, element weight, element limit of error, isotope weight, and isotope limit of error. All 5 of the negating fields are located in the details section of the DOE NRC Form 741 in fields 26 and 27 as shown here. The back reference component is another feature to consider when reporting DOE NRC Form 741 adjustments to NMMS. Every detail line declared in an adjustment transaction, a 741 form, shall specify a back reference. The back reference provides an association with the other document lines in either the current or the source document that are affected by the adjustment line. Note that reporting of the back reference component are only required for NRC licensee facilities. Adjustment back reference components consist of a one-character correction identifier, referred to as a change digit, and a two-character line number. The correction identifier may be alphabetic or numeric, and that consists of the first character of the back reference component. This character matches the correction number on the DOE NRC Form 741. This identifier could reference the was Form 741 document being corrected, or it could be a reference to the should be Form 741 document that is now being completed. The line number consists of the second and third digit of the back reference component, and that line number could either reference the was detail line being corrected or the should be detail line of the Form 741 document that is now being completed. Adjustment change digits can be either alphabetic or numeric. A numeric correction number on a DOE NRC Form 741 requires a response Form 741 from the other party involved in the shipment or receipt. An alphabetic correction number does not require a NMMS Form 741 reporting response from the other party. The facility reporting a DOE NRC Form 741 must provide an action date when reporting an adjustment transaction. The action date on an adjustment can be the same as your original transaction document, or it can be the current date when the adjustment is being reported to NMMS. In either case, be sure to report the difference from your adjustment/correction on your next annual physical inventory and material balance report. Note that submission of material balance reports are only required for NRC licensee facilities. Now for a quick discussion regarding the electronic submission formats for the DOE NRC Form 741. Electronic fillable forms can be downloaded and used to save completed forms in XML, which stands for Extensible Markup Language Format. The XML files can then be emailed to the NMMS mailbox. The D23 and D24 directories are available for use to set up XML reporting on existing reporting software at U.S. facilities. There is also the Safeguards Management software called SAMS that is available for download and can assist in the management and submission of electronic DOE NRC forms. Regarding transaction report due dates, remember, a U.S. facility reporting DOE NRC Form 741s to NMMS must report shipments within 1 working day, receipts within 10 working days, and a DOE NSA site or NRC licensee facility must report error corrections within 1 working day of the discovery of the need for the correction. There are a large number of validation checks performed on facility-reported transactions. The numbering scheme is important when reporting on the DOE NRC Form 741. Each transaction must have its own unique number. Several verification checks are performed on the owner code, one being that the reported owner code must be consistent with other aspects of the Form 741 document, such as the project number if applicable. Blending operations must report the appropriate type of inventory change codes, such as 22/71 for DOE and NSA sites, or EN, DE, etc. for NRC licensee facilities. Also, all blending must be performed in pairs on the Form 741 detail line representing the original state of the nuclear material, and an additional detail line representing what the nuclear material became. Duplicate data sets are not permitted. Remember that the codes shipper risk, receiver risk, transaction number, correction number, process code, and action code define a unique DOE NRC Form 741 document. Only one of those are allowed in NMMS. If reported more than once, a duplication error will result. As previously discussed, certain process codes are no longer available for use after a monthly period has closed. If a facility reports a process code C to replace a prior reported Form 741 and the NMMS reporting period for that 741 form is closed, a validation error will be produced in NMMS. There are numerous other possible issues that could occur during reporting of the DOE NRC Form 741 involving the use of risk codes, import-export licenses, the timing of reporting, and the correction of transactions, among others. Be sure and refer to the NMMS User's Guide or the NRC New Regs BR6 for more information.
So before we move on, I just wanted to address a question that we received yesterday afternoon from somebody in the NMMS users community who had a question for Mitch on his presentation of MBR reporting yesterday. And I'm just going to read the question as follows, and you can take it.
Sure.
The report period from has been described as the day after the previous inventory, as well as the day after the reconciliation of the previous inventory. Can you please clarify so I understand correctly?
So I apologize for the confusion on this topic, but the from date, so material balance has 2 dates. You have a from date and a to date. The from date is always the day immediately after your last declared physical inventory date. Now, that could be confusing with sites because also, as we learned with in NMMS reconciliation, that we also reconcile between DOE NSA site and NMMS of your inventory. And that could take a period of time. So, and usually when you reconcile, you get interaction with NMMS and you get a nice little email saying, oh, as of today, you are now reconciled. So that's a different date. That's not the date that involves your from and to date for your material balance reporting. So that makes sense. So remember, from date is the day after your last declared inventory date that matches the inventory date of your prior inventory. The to date of the material balance report is the actual date of your declared current inventory. Great. So
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
the
you for the
questions.
questions.
Excellent. So we'll just move on and do a few additional Q&A questions regarding the module that we just went through this morning. So we'll begin. What are the characteristics of transaction reporting?
Well, it's the largest and most active component.
Yes, and this it contains detailed information regarding shipments and receipts of nuclear material between facilities.
As well as on-site gains and losses due to production, burn-up, decay.
And there's more than that. It also involves the reporting of the movement of nuclear material between DOE and NSA projects within a facility, a very key component for DOE and NSA reporting.
And the net nuclear cooperation agreements.
Yes, another big part. So as we learned yesterday, when you report on the material balance report, there's a section where you report foreign obligation information, cumulative totals as of the time of your inventory. We've learned in transactions, you also report foreign obligation, nuclear cooperation agreement information within the transactional reporting as well.
And when does a site need to report a transaction to NMMS?
Excellent. NMMS, you must report to NMMS if a site ships or receives a reportable quantity of nuclear material, or their site performs an activity that results in a gain or loss of nuclear material. And as you'll remember in the presentation, that's our Action Code M reporting, one-party transactional reporting. And also if nuclear material inventory at their sites that have otherwise increased or decreased. What makes reporting of transactions complex?
Well, many things like a volume of shipments and receipts, diversity of material and isotopic components, processing of material and because of blending, quantities, customer and suppliers, and regulatory and traffic and treaty-specific requirements.
And all the combination of these things really make this form, the DOE NRC Form 741, the most complex and nuanced of all the reporting forms because of the variances that we just discussed.
And how is the nuclear material type reported on transactions?
Okay, transaction nuclear material types are always reported to what we mentioned yesterday, the generic non-assay specific material type. For the forms that we covered yesterday, which was the nuclear, physical inventory and the material balance report. The material balance report, if you remember, they reported to the generic material type except for NRC licensees when reporting enriched uranium. And for physical inventory, it had a combination of both reporting to the assay specific material types as well as reporting your totals to the generic. So think for all day today, we are reporting on transactions, and that is to the generic non-assay specific material type. Can a prior reported transaction be resubmitted or removed from reporting to NMMS?
This is a very interesting and important topic. This is, yes, you can use the process codes.
And there are two process codes that help in this area of replacing and deleting. If you should need to replace a 741 transaction document like they babysat yesterday, you would use the process code C to do that.
Or delete if you have to remove an existing entry.
And as with everything in NMMS, there's nuances, right? Always nuances. There's always special conditions. Well, there is a special conditions for either replacing or deleting. It is that can only be performed within what we call the open NMMS processing period. And that is typically from the date of the document that you reported to NMMS in the month. You have until around the 20th, 21st, 22nd of the following month before this processing month for transactional activities is, quote, closed out in NMMS. Once that date has passed, you can no longer submit or replace or delete prior reported documents. The best thing to do if you are thinking, well, I need to do a replacement, I need to do a deletion, and it's getting near that 20th, 21st of the next month, give NMMS a call and we'll let you know if it's okay to do a replacement or deletion.
So the NMMS newsletter, we provide that little mark every month.
Wow, that's really great. I wish I got that document on our quarterly basis, so I'll have all this extra information. Get the newsletter, guys.
What information is provided by the action code?
This is another very, very important code that we mentioned. That's why I mention it now. Is this code tells you the type of transaction that is being reported on your Form 741. What could those actions be? Well, I may be issuing a shipper's document saying that material is being shipped off my site. There are multiple action codes that say I'm receiving material at my site. Sometimes you may say I'm receiving the material and I'm going to accept the quantities that the shipper said they sent. Or you can say, well, I did specific measurement activities and I want to reflect those quantities on my receipt reporting. And that's a separate action code. So it's a very important code that tells NMMS what I'm actually doing here. What are some additional important fields to be aware of?
Well, I will always chime in for the item and batch name.
That's why I gave this one to her to talk about.
I have a soft spot for that. It's very important information.
And it is required.
Yes.
If you're reporting an import or an export. But it is that just because if it's not an import or export, that doesn't mean that you don't need to or are not allowed to report it. It is optional to provide the batch even for domestic reporting. Oops, I just lost my place.
That's okay. We are right.
And the other important field to talk about here is number of items. So it is very helpful, and this is in the detail bottom section of your nuclear material transaction report, where you will provide the identification of numbers of similar items such as cylinders, packs, drums, bottles, tanks, vessels, to which the individual line with quantities are relating to. And it comes in very, very handy. Just remember one little nuance here is that is very always reported for reporting of shipments and receipts. When you're doing one-party transactional activity, that field is usually left blank for that kind of reporting unless you're reporting a miscellaneous shipment or a miscellaneous receipt, which does refer to individual items, cylinders, kind of things. So it is, you can include it there. Otherwise, it is left blank.
The next question is about the foreign obligations reporting.
So do we do foreign obligations? We already gave you a hint on this. The answer is yes. Foreign obligations are included on the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report based on the criteria that was discussed in multiple sessions in the prior 3 days.
And remember to not report more foreign obligations than is reported in the detail section of the transaction. So yeah, that's important. The next question is.
Oh, there was one more little
yes.
part on that about if you remember in the 741 reporting that in the detail section, the bottom section of the report, you say, well, these are the individual cylinders, individual items that I'm receiving or shipping or doing other inventory type change reporting. But remember that the obligation declarations do not directly relate to those specific items in the detail section.
Yes,
They're
sir.
just implied. Do you only report obligations on a shipment or receipt transaction type?
No, there are other instances where foreign obligations are reported on transactions, specifically one party in place of 741 report.
And those could be things like reporting of nuclear loss, production, category changes where the material is changing from one material type to another. The obligations need to flow with that changes and those types of reporting.
And I think we can.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. Is about the dates and how important are they in the reporting to NMMS?
Right, and I always want to reiterate the importance and the difference in the different types of dates, and it really helps when you're interacting with the NMMS analyst. So we have an action date that's reported on the DOE NRC Form 741, and it says, well, what is the date of the activity that you're reporting, whether it's shipment, receipt, or an internal one-party transaction. But there are other dates that are important from the NMMS perspective as well, and to the sites. And one is the capture date. That is the actual date that the document is received into the NMMS, and that it is imported into our system. And there's also a date called a process period, which is year, month declaration. So it's the month in the NMMS reporting when the document was received in NMMS. So both of those other dates, capture date and process date or period, can be very critical when interacting with NMMS and looking at reporting that you may receive from the sites of relation to material you're sending, information you're sending to NMMS, and the date and the storage months that your data is being put into NMMS.
Oh, thank you, Mitch. I think with that, we will proceed now. We will close for lunch break, and we will see you later on after the lunch, and where we were going to be talking about the transaction case studies.
We'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
Thanks, guys.
This is Mitch, and we are going to review some case studies regarding reporting of the DOE NRC Form 741, specifically domestic transactions, import-export transactions, one-party transactions, as well as how to correct or adjust a closed transaction in NMMSS. Before getting started with our case studies, let us emphasize the importance of efficient transaction reporting by reviewing reporting trends. Data that is processed into NMMSS is validated through a series of edit checks that ensure compliance with the business rules originating from applicable NMMSS guidance documents. When data in a transaction fails an edit check, NMMSS flags the transaction as being in error. Edit checks for DOE NSA site data must be resolved prior to NMMSS monthly closing. Edit checks for NRC licensee facility data must be resolved for annual reconciliation. NMMSS conducted a study of the flagged transaction data over the past 5 years to identify trends. The listed chart illustrates the results of the study, identifying 10 main categories of interest. Remember the following for the most common mistakes made when reporting the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report. Total gross weight should only be reported on transactions with Action Code A. Transactions are flagged with either the total gross weight missing from an Action Code A or when it is reported on a transaction with any other Action Code. Weight percent isotope edit checks primarily evaluate two conditions: whether a weight percent is required to be reported, and whether it falls within the computed range. Weight percent isotope is required for the following materials: depleted uranium, enriched uranium, plutonium-242, plutonium, enriched lithium, uranium-233, plutonium-238, and uranium in cascades. Except for material types 50 and 70, a secondary edit check flags data where the reported weight percent isotope does not fall within 10% of the computed percentage of the isotope weight divided by element weight times 100. This helpful edit check serves to identify potential typographical errors, but may also occur when items of varying isotopic ranges are grouped together into one line and the weight percent of the discrete items are averaged. In the second scenario, facilities can avoid this flag by breaking out the material into multiple lines of a transaction so that only like items are grouped together. Project number edit checks also primarily evaluate two conditions: whether a project number is required to be reported and the validity of the reported project number. A project number must be reported with the owner code G and vice versa. Subsequently, if a project number is required to be reported, it must be valid. Project numbers are often flagged by NMMSS during the project conversion season. The reporting community should take care when using project numbers that are being created or deactivated. Also, on a related note, the most common scenario for element weight to be flagged is when the amount of the project material shipped is greater than the amount of material on the facility's inventory. Facilities can avoid this by requesting an A200 project balance report on a recurring basis to stay apprised of their project balances. Some fields can cause a cascade of edit checks because of the validity of the data is dependent on several other data points across both header and detail sections. Back reference and to/for accounts are such fields. Since the condition in which data may be flagged are so numerous, NMMSS reporters should review the guidance documents when completing these fields. Back reference guidance can be found in Section 4 of the NUREG BR 0006. Guidance regarding to and for accounts is found in Sections 4 and 5 and Appendix C of the NMMSS User's Guide. The remaining commonly flagged fields are comparatively straightforward and are often caused by simple keystroke errors. Composition codes must be valid, license numbers must be valid and current. Lastly, all duplicate transactions are flagged in NMMSS. Now that we have reviewed validation checks to be cognizant of, let us proceed with case study 1, which involves domestic Form 741 reporting, specifically a transaction shipping nuclear material from one DOE facility to another DOE facility. So, we are going to start with case study 1, part A. This example involves reporting of a domestic nuclear material transaction, reporting shipping material from one DOE NNSA site to another DOE NNSA site. For part A, we are specifically focusing on the shipper side Form 741 document. In this case study, DOE NNSA site RIS ACD will be making its 13th shipment to DOE NNSA site RIS FDD on September 30th, 2025. The shipment has DOE-owned material. Please consider the following shipper's information. The shipping gross weight is 1,749 kilograms. The shipping element weight is 1,250 kilograms. The shipping isotope weight is 3 kilograms, and the shipping weight percent isotope is 0.2%. The material type for the shipment is depleted uranium. The composition code is 309, the number of items is 1, and the shipping project number for this material from ACD's perspective is DEMO ACD 10A. The material is associated with a Nuclear Cooperation Agreement, a foreign obligation, which in this case is Canadian obligations utilizing the Transaction Obligation Code 32, with the obligated element weight being 1,000 kilograms. Now that we know the relevant shipper's information, we are going to move on to the completion of the shipper side DOE NRC Form 741. Starting in the top left corner with box 1, the shipper risk will be ACD. For box 2, the receiver's risk would be FDD. Since this is the 13th shipment between these two facilities, box 3 would be 13. Moving on to boxes 5 and 6, the processing code and the action code. The DOE NNSA site representing the shipper side of the interaction will be the first Form 741 issued in the series. The processing code would be A, which dictates the first time this Form 741 is being sent to NMMS. The action code would be A, the original shipper's 741 information. There is only one data line for this shipment. Thus, in box 10, the number of data lines would be 1. The next piece of relevant information is box 22, the action date, the date when the event being described is occurring. In this case, the shipper's information is being reported with the date of shipment being September 30th, 2025. Note that when reporting original shipment DOE NRC Form 741s, the total gross weight is required and will be reported in kilograms. We will be reporting a total gross weight of 1,749 in box 24. Remember, total gross weight is only reported on original shippers Form 741s, denoted by the action code A. Moving on to the transaction detail section down in box 26. The first field to be reported for original shippers Form 741s is going to be column B, the line number. As stated above in the header section for the number of lines field, there is one data line to be entered in column B. Moving from left to right, the next column there is going to be column E, number of items, where there is only one item in the shipment. In column F, the project number, we will state the project number Demo ACD 10A, since this material is DOE owned. When reporting the material type on the DOE NRC Form 741, always use the non-assay specific generic code. So, the material type depleted uranium identified in this example, we will use the generic material type of 10. Moving to column H, the composition code, we will put in 309. In column I, the owner code field, we will put in the alphabetic code for DOE owned material, the character G. Moving right to column N, the element weight, we enter 1,250. For column P, weight percent isotope, report the percent of 0.2. And finally, enter the isotope weight in column Q. The isotope weight, we enter 3. Lastly, the nuclear material, as stated previously, is foreign obligated, indicating that we will need to complete the obligation section of the DOE NRC Form 741. The obligation section is located in fields 17 through 21 of the header section of the Form 741. We're going to complete this section to identify the obligated portion of the material being shipped. So, as there is only one obligation declaration, there will only be one line reported. In field 17, the obligation line number, we enter A1. For the country of obligation in column 18, we are going to report 32, which is the transaction obligation code for Canadian obligations. Moving to box 19, the obligation material type, we're going to list the generic material type of 10 for depleted uranium. In box 20, the obligated element weight, we will enter 1,000. There will be no obligated isotope weight provided since reporting of the percentage is only applicable when reporting enriched uranium obligations. So, we are going to continue with Case Study 1, Part B. This example involves reporting of a domestic nuclear material transaction report shipping material from one DOE NNSA site to another DOE NNSA site. For Part B, we are specifically focusing on the receiver side Form 741 document. In this case study, DOE NNSA site RIS ACD is making their 13th shipment to DOE NNSA site RIS FDD and is received by FDD on October 15, 2025. This shipment has DOE-owned material. Please consider the following shipper's information. The receiving gross weight is 1,749 kilograms. The receiving element weight is 1,250 kilograms. The receiving isotope weight is 2 kilograms, with the receiving wet percent isotope being 0.2%. The material type for the shipment is depleted uranium. The composition code is 309, the number of items is 1, and the shipping project number for this material from ACD's perspective is Demo ACD 10A. The material is associated with the Nuclear Cooperation Agreement, a foreign obligation, which in this case is Canadian obligations utilizing the Transaction Obligation Code 32, with the obligation element weight being 1,000 kilograms. For Part B, we will report the receiver's DOE NRC Form 741 as a receiver's measurement. Let's complete the header information for the FDD receipt of material from ACD Form 741, reporting of the receiver's independent measurement. Boxes 1 through 3 remain the same as in Part 1A, where the shipper risk is ACD, the receiver risk is FDD, and the transaction number is 13. Just like the first part of this case study, the process code is A, as it is the first issuance of a Form 741 document reporting for the receiver's dictation of their measurement. Due to FDD performing an independent measurement, we will report the action code as E, which reflects receivers reporting of their own measurement. There is only one item involved, so in box 10, the number of data lines will be 1. In box 22, the action date, enter October 15, 2025, since FDD stated that they received this material on that date. FDD will not report the total gross weight since this field is only required for original shipper's DOE NRC Form 741s where the action code is A. Now that we have completed the header information for this DOE NRC Form 741, let's complete the detail section. Since we are reporting the receipt of material, information will be placed in box 27, Receiver's Data, where we will place one line, that in box 27B, for the line number. We place 1 in the number of items, box 27E. In the number of items field, we also enter 1, as there is only one item being received. Since this nuclear material is DOE owned, we will place in box 27I owner code the alpha character G to reflect the ownership of the nuclear material. Remember that when detail lines with an owner code of G is reported, a DOE project number must be provided in box 27F. Therefore, the project number Demo ACD 10A will be entered. For the material type field, we will place 10, which is the generic material type representation for depleted uranium. In blocks 27H, we will report the composition code 309. Next, we will be listing the weights of the depleted uranium FDD measured. The element weight, which is found in box 27N, is 1,250 kilograms. Isotope weight is 2 kilograms, which will be placed in 27Q. The weight percent isotope is 0.2%, which is within the assay range for depleted uranium. While we have completed all of the DOE NRC Form 741 header and detail section data points needed to report in this receipt, we still need to complete the obligations section, since this case study states that some of the depleted uranium received has foreign obligations associated with it, just like the shipper transaction side did in Part 1A of this case study. For box 17, the line number, we would enter 1 since there is only one type of obligation listed, which is a Canadian obligation. Thus, in box 18, the country of obligations, we will be placing the transaction obligation code 32. In 19 box, obligated element weight, we will display 10 to declare the material as depleted uranium. And in box 20, we will place the obligated element weight of 1,000 kilograms. Box 21, obligated isotope weight, shall remain blank since only enriched uranium require obligated isotope weight to be reported. Now we have completed both the DOE NRC Form 741 transaction reports to notify NMMS of the shipment of nuclear material and receipt of nuclear material from DOE NNSA site ACD to DOE NNSA site FDD, transaction number 13. Now that we have covered domestic transactions, we are going to move on to case study 2, which provides an overview of import and export transactions. Starting with case study 2A, we're going to begin with a hypothetical export from a U.S. DOE NNSA site to a foreign facility located within the United Kingdom. In this example, U.S. facility ABF is shipping to facility RUNZ located within the United Kingdom. The shipment occurred on March 20th, 2025 and was comprised of DOE-owned enriched uranium. The material will remain DOE-owned at RUNZ in the United Kingdom. It will eventually be returned to ABF. This is the first transfer from ABF to RUNZ. Please consider the following shipper's information. The shipping gross weight will be 3,750 kilograms. The shipping element weight is 590,651 grams. The isotope weight is 13,674 grams, and the weight percent isotope is 2.3151%. The material type for the shipment will be enriched uranium. The license number is XMUS 2525. The composition code is 103. The number of items is 1. The shipping project number is declared to be Demo 3000D. The limit of error for the element weight is 1,090 grams, with a limit of error for the isotope weight being 90 grams. Being that this is a DOE NNSA site transferring to a foreign facility, there will be an added contract number, otherwise known as transfer authority, and this will be ABCD 1234-XYZ 1234. Since this example consists of DOE-owned material being shipped to a foreign facility, correct completion of the DOE NRC Form 741 requires consulting with Table C1 in the NMMS User's Guide. Looking at the example highlighted as number 1, we see that it is referencing row 16 on Table C1. Row 16 explains that for exports or shipments to a foreign country, the transactions are prepared in the same manner as transfers to or from licensees, except that the reporting entity has to report both sides. In other words, both the shipper and the receiver side documents involved in the event. As this shipment is now treated as a transfer to and from a licensee, we can now move to the line highlighted as example number 2, the transfer of DOE-owned project material transfers to and from licensees that is not leased or loaned. The TI code column for this row indicates that the nature of transaction field on the 741 will be blank. Looking at the highlighted number 3, we can see that it's providing guidance as to what should be populated in the shipper risk field on the DOE NRC Form 741. In Table C1 for this row, it indicates that you refer to the supplementary instructions and locate instruction number 2, which states, when to a licensee, the shipper risk may be any type of risk, but the receiver risk must be a licensee facility. When from a licensee facility, the receiver risk may be any type of risk, but the shipper risk must be a licensee facility. So, this clarification for case study 2 means that when we complete the Form 741, the shipper risk must be ABF and the receiver risk must be RUNZ. Moving to example item 4, we can see it's highlighting how to complete the for account for this transaction. As you can see under the for account box, there is a number 3 reference which is going to correlate to the supplementary instruction number 3, saying that for and to accounts both contain DOE NNSA risks when the owner code is G, DOE owned, and there is no change in ownership, and the shipper or receiver is an NRC licensee facility or foreign risk. These risks identify the DOE NNSA contractors having programmatic responsibility for the material before and after shipment. This is going to mean that for this shipment, the to and for accounts both be ABF. Now that we've covered and consulted with the Table C1 from the NMMS User's Guide on how to complete the 741, we can now move to completing the DOE NRC Form 741 for this particular export. Starting up in the top left, we're going to fill in Box 1 Shipper Risks with the DOE NNSA Site Risk ABF. Moving to Box 2, we're going to enter the Foreign Receiver Risk RUNZ. For the transaction number field 3, since this is the first shipment between these two risks, we are going to populate the transaction number with 1. Also, we are reporting the shipper side of the event, which is the first time submission to NMMS of this document and first Form 741 issued for this series event. Thus, the processing code will be A, meaning the first time reporting this Form 741 to NMMS, and the action code will be A, the code representing issuance of an original shipper's document. Moving down to the number of data lines where there is only one data line involved. From the transversal of table C1 in the last slide, we determined that the nature of transaction field would be left blank. Also, we determined how to complete the to count and for count for boxes 12B and 13B. We learned that we need to put risk code ABF in both the to account and for account boxes. Moving to box 14, we insert the transfer authority of ABCD1234-XYZ1234. Moving to box 15, export or import transfer license number. This is where we insert the export license number XMS2525. Note that field 15 is required when reporting import or export DOE NRC Form 741 documents. Moving to box 22, enter the action date of 3/30/2025 in the shipment date area. Finally, enter the total gross weight of 3,750 kilograms. One additional item to note is that as this shipment is going to the United Kingdom, which indicates that we have to complete box 23C, as you can see, the UK reportable box has been checked. This is applicable to any exports or imports from the United Kingdom. Moving down to box 26, the shipper's data, there will be one data line to mirror the one data line stated in the Form 741 header section. Moving from left to right and starting with column B, enter 1 for the line number to reflect reporting of only one data line. For column D, we will enter the batch name, which is required for all import or export DOE NRC Form 741s. For this case study, we use the word export, but this field could be any unique identifier for items in the reporting line based on your facility's standard operating procedures. Moving to column E, the number of items, which is declared to be 1. In column F, the project number will be Demo 3000D. For column G, the material type, report the generic material type code for enriched uranium, which is 20. The composition facility code will be 103. In column I, the owner code, we are going to enter the owner code of G for DOE-owned nuclear material. Moving to column N, element weight, we're going to report 590,651 grams. In column O, the element limit of error, we will set the value to 1,090. For column P, the weight percent isotope, enter the percentage of 3.3151. For column Q, isotope weight, we will populate the field with 13,674 grams. To complete the reporting detail row, for the isotope limit of error, we will enter 92. Let's do another import-export example, but this time we will be doing an import case study where a Canadian facility RDAY made its shipment number 1001 to a DOE NNSA site RIS FSS on September 15, 2025. The shipment has non-DOE owned nuclear material being transferred on a sale to DOE. All material in the shipment has Canadian foreign obligations. Due to this being an import to the U.S., a shipper side and receiver side DOE NRC Form 741 is needed to be completed and reported to NMMS by the U.S. facility. But for this case study, we will be completing the shipper's Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report, where the following additional information is needed and is displayed here. The shipping gross weight is 300 kilograms. The shipping element weight is 50 grams. The shipping isotope weight is 20 grams. The shipping weight percent isotope is 40%, and the type of nuclear material is enriched uranium. The license used is the general license with a batch name of SN225. Remember that the license number and batch name fields are both required when reporting imports and exports to NMMS. The composition code is 309 and the number of items is 1. The receiving FSS project is Demo 01010A. To determine the nature of transaction, also called TI code, and the 2 and 4 account information within the Form 741 header, we once again will have to review the Table C1 instructions for preparation of transaction data items that is within the NMMS User's Guide. Based on the details of this import, we can determine that the nature of this transaction is that it is a sale to DOE NNSA of non-DOE owned material, that is from the foreign facility RDAY. When reviewing the table shown are item 1 and the following is S, shipper's row. We see that column TI code indicated that we report the TI code of G. In the for account field, if either the shipper or receiver facilities involved are an NRC licensee facility or a foreign facility, that risk code will be placed in the for account slot. In our case, the shipper risks RDAY happen to be the foreign risks and is what will be populated in the for account field. For the to account, we see item 2 indicating that table C1 is referencing explanatory note 11 stating that the to account is required only when receiver has a license or foreign risk. Thus, to account will be left blank since the receiver risk for our case is not an NRC licensee facility or a foreign risk. Let's complete the DOE NRC Form 741 header information reporting RDAY shipping material to FSS, beginning with boxes 1 through 3, referred to as the series, or also known as an event. The shipper risk RDAY, receiver risk FSS, and the transaction number is 1001. The process code is A, as it is the first time reporting to NMMS of this data set entry. Since this U.S. facility is completing the shipper's Form 741 for the foreign facility RDAY, the action code will be A, which reflects the shipper's original shipping data. There is one batch item, so in box 10, number of data lines, we will enter 1. As discussed in the previous slide regarding traversal of table C1, we will be providing in box 11 the TI code, the letter G, that represents for sale to DOE and NNSA. We will also be providing in box 12 shipped for account of the risk code RDAY. The to account field will be left blank as discussed earlier. Due to this being a foreign import, we will be placing in box 15 the general license delineation reported as GEN-LIC, GenLic. In box 22, the action date, we will place the date of September 15th, 2025 under the shipment box. Lastly, for completing the Form 741 header information, due to this being an original shipment document, we will report the gross weight of the shipment, which is 300 kilograms. Now that we've completed the Form 741 header information, let's complete the detail section. Since we are preparing the shipment of material from RDAY, we will be providing data in the box 26 shippers data, where there will be one line displayed. Therefore, in box 26B, the line number will be populated with 1. Given that this is a Form 741 import type document, facilities are required to report a batch name in box 26D, which in this case study is SN225. For the number of items in box 26E, we will place 1 as it is just one batch item. This nuclear material is non-DOE owned at the time of shipment at the foreign facility, so we will enter in box 26I the owner code field, the alpha character J. In box 26G, material type, we will enter the code 20 for generic enriched uranium. In box 26H, we will report the composition code 309, which has been specified for this case study. Now we will be listing the weights of the enriched uranium being imported to the U.S., where the risk RDAY states that the element weight, which is in box 26N, will be 50 grams. The isotope weight is 20 grams, where we will be placing that information in box 26Q. The weight percent isotope is 40% to be reported in box 26P. While we have completed all of the header and detail section data points needed for this DOE NRC Form 741 import, we now must complete the obligations section due to this case study stating that all the material being imported is Canadian obligated. In box 17, the line number, we would place 1 since this is only one type of obligation listed, which is Canada obligations. In box 18, the country of obligations, we will enter the transaction-specific foreign obligation code of 32. In box 19, we will display 20, which is representative of generic enriched uranium. For box 20, we will place the obligated element weight of 50 grams, and in box 21, the isotope weight, we will report 20 grams. Now we have completed the 741 nuclear material transaction report for the foreign shipper RDAY, which is being prepared and reported to NMMS by FSS, the U.S. facility. Moving to case study 2C. In this case study, we are going to be completing the receiver side for the RDAY to FSS 1001 Form 741 transaction form case study 2B. This receipt is being reported as occurring on September 30th, 2025, and it has risk FSS accepting shippers values. As such, The relevant information to complete the DOE NRC Form 741 are gross weight of 300 kilograms, the element weight of 50 grams, the isotope weight of 20 grams, and the shipping weight percent isotope of 40. The material type of the transaction is enriched uranium. We will be reporting an import license of general license with a batch name of SN225 identifying the nuclear material being received, a composition code of 309, number of items 1, and in this example, RIS FSS is allocating the receipt to project number demo 01010A. Okay, let us now complete the header information for the receiver side Form 741. We're going to start in the top left corner of the Form 741 with Box 1, where we enter the shipper RIS, which in this case is the foreign RIS RDAY. Moving to Box 2, Receiver RIS, populate the field with the DOE NNSA site Receiver RIS FSS. Also, we're going to mirror the transaction number for the shipper side with the entry of 1001. For this example, we are reporting the receiver side for processing code and action code. We enter a process code A, identifying the first time this document is being reported to NMMS, and a receiver's action code of B, accepting shipper's values. Moving to the number of data lines field, there will be an entry of 1 to match the shipper's side of the 741 transaction. The nature of transaction code will be G. The shipped for account of field is RDAY, and the shipped to account of field will be blank. Note that the reporting of these three fields match the shipper's Form 741 document. As this is a general license import, we are going to enter the code GEN-LIC, GENLEC, in box 15. To finish out the Form 741 header area, we provide the action date, which would be the date of receipt 9/15/2025. Note that the total gross weight is not reported since this field is only populated on original shipper's Form 741 documents. Now we proceed to the receiver's detail section, box 27. Moving from left to right across the detail line, starting with the line number in box B, we enter 1 representing the 1 data line. Let's move on to column D, batch name. We populate the batch name that was used in the shipper side, SN225. For the number of items in column E, there is only 1 item. Moving to column F, project number, we're going to enter demo ACD 10A. In column G, material type, we're going to put in the generic material type for enriched uranium, which is code 20. For composition code, enter the code 309. Then for the owner code field, enter the code for DOE owned material, which is G. The second half of the detail line is all about reporting quantities. Moving to column N, the element weight, we are going to put in 50. Remember that the units of measure are not reported on the Form 741, and in this case, the nuclear material is enriched uranium and reported to NMMS in grams. Next, to report the weight percent isotope in column P, we enter 40%. In the isotope weight field in column Q, we put in 20. Note that since FSS is accepting the shipper's values as specified in reporting of action code B, all the reported values should mirror the values on the shipper's side 741 document. Lastly, as the material being shipped involves Canadian obligations, we will need to complete the obligations section up in the header area of the DOE NRC Form 741. So, starting with column 17, we're going to put in a line number of 1. In column 18, country of obligation, we enter the Canadian obligation code of 32. For field 19, populate this field with the generic material type of 20. In column 20, enter the obligated element weight of 50. Since this is enriched uranium that is foreign obligated, we must complete column 21 with the obligated isotope weight, which is 20. Note that obligated isotope weight is only reported for enriched uranium when reporting obligations. Now that we have reviewed case studies on how to complete a nuclear material transaction report for domestic and international shipments requiring interaction between two different facilities, we will now discuss a few case studies that reflect one-party on-site Form 741 reporting. Our first DOE NRC Form 741 for this on-site reporting demonstration, we will report a one-party transaction for an NRC licensee facility, which will be risk code YSS and an activity date of November 30th, 2025, using transaction number 20251130. The composition code will be 309. All of the nuclear material being reported will be non-DOE owned. The in-place changes of nuclear materials are as follows. The first in-place reporting is for degradation of enriched uranium to depleted uranium of 14,709 grams of element weight and 330 grams of isotope weight. Next in place is production of plutonium of 170,923 grams of element weight and 108,499 grams of isotope weight. Thirdly, there is a fission and transmutation of enriched uranium of 536,060 grams of element weight and 26,535 grams of isotope weight. Then there was decay of plutonium of 7,914 grams of element weight and 7,172 grams of isotope weight. For the last two actions, there is a rounding bias for enriched uranium, where we will be displaying on the Form 741 using the code 65, while the first line is reporting a change of -1 grams of element weight for the 741. Lastly, there is a second rounding bias for plutonium. We will show a positive 2 grams of isotope weight that will be displayed on the Form 741. While completing the Form 741 nuclear material transaction for YSS, it will be helpful to remember a few details. First, depleted uranium is reported in kilograms and enriched uranium is reported in grams. Also, if the reportable quantity is 0.5 or more, the quantity will round up to be a reportable quantity. This is applicable for both enriched and depleted uranium. Lastly, as we stated earlier, when reporting the use code 65, this field is defined to be a removal of material from inventory. So, if the amounts are negative on the 741 for the code 65 line, the weights are actually adding to the inventory, while positive amounts on the 741 will be removing from a facility's inventory. Remember, a quick reminder regarding the type of inventory change code, also called the use code. If the code is less than 40, the positive quantities reported represent an inventory increase. If the code is greater than 40, the positive quantities reported represent a decrease in inventory by that amount. Now let's complete the DOE NRC Form 741 to reflect these activities for YSS. First, let's populate the header information section. Due to this being an in-place 741 transaction, the shipper and receiver risk boxes will both be YSS, and for the transaction number, we will display 20251130 as stated in the description. The process code is A, as it is a new data entry set. Since this Form 741 is an in-place one-party transaction for YSS, the action code will be M, which reflects on-site receipts and removals of nuclear materials. For Box 10, the number of data lines, this will be 7 due to the different types of on-site changes that are being reported on this 741, which we will review in the details section. In Box 22, the action date, we will place the date of November 30th, 2025, and since this is an in-place activity, it does not really matter if the date is on a shipper or receiver side slot for this action date. Now that the header is complete, we will discuss the 7 detail lines that report all the inventory increases and decreases of the nuclear material on site at risk YSS. The first 2 lines here represent the first item in the exercise and is an in-place blending type of inventory change. The inventory change type code ED is used to reflect the depreciation of enriched uranium to depleted uranium. On the first line, enriched uranium is decreased by 14,709 grams of element weight and 330 grams of isotope weight. But then you see here in the second line that the amount of depleted uranium is increased by 15 kilograms of element weight. This quantity is reported as 15 kilograms because depleted uranium is reported in kilograms, and when the source 14,709 grams is converted to kilograms, it is rounded to the nearest whole unit, which is 15. Line number 3 is using the inventory change type code NP, representing nuclear production of plutonium for the amount of 170,923 grams of element weight and 108,499 grams of isotope weight. Line number 4 is displaying the inventory change type code of LN, which is fission and transmutation of enriched uranium. In line 5, you see the decay of plutonium using the inventory change code of TN. Lines 6 and 7 are using inventory change type code 65, which reports that there is a rounding of their book inventory balance of nuclear material. Remember that since the use code is greater than 40, by nature, the positive reported quantities are reducing inventory. So, note in line 6, we enter a -1 in the element weight, indicating that the inventory of this material type is actually being increased by 1. Another interesting nuance to note when reporting rounding bias, code 65, is that the composition code is always left blank. On line 7, once again using the inventory change type code 65, we have a +2 placed in the isotope weight, which indicates the removal of 2 grams of plutonium from the facility's inventory records. As you can see, the majority of these in-place reporting activities reflect activities that most probably happen at a power reactor. Now, let's review another case study that reflects additional instances of on-site inventory changes of nuclear material. So, here is a case study that displays a one-party transaction for a DOE and NSA site ABC for the date of September 30th, 2025, using transaction number 1120. All composition codes will be 102. All material will be DOE owned under the project number Demo ABC 001. Consider the following information that is displayed here for reporting of the enrichment of natural uranium. For us to now complete the form, we need to know the following scenario below. The feed of the natural uranium would be removing natural uranium from ABC's inventory using inventory change code 71. A degradation to other materials of 11,192,214 grams of element weight and 79,577 grams of isotope weight occurs once the feed is enriched. Then, 2 nuclear materials are produced during the enrichment process, which would be an increase of enriched uranium on the facility's inventory, which for this scenario of 1 million grams element weight and 49,000 grams isotope weight. This is reported to NMMSS using inventory change type code 22, which stands for from other materials. Also, the increase of depleted uranium, which is the tails from the process, will impact the facility's inventory. For this scenario, there will be a reduction of 10,192,214 grams of element weight and 30,000 grams 577 of isotope weight, using the same inventory change code of 22. Note that since we are dealing with natural uranium and depleted uranium, it is important to remember that on the DOE NRC Form 741, depleted and natural uranium is reported in kilograms, and enriched uranium is reported in grams. In this case study, the header information section will reflect an on-site activity transaction, where the shipper and receiver risk box will both be with the risk ABC, and for the transaction number, we will display 1120 as stated in the description. The process code is A, as this is a new data entry set, And since this Form 741 is a one-party transaction for risk ABC, the action code will be M. For box 10, the number of data lines, this will be 4 due to reporting of the enrichment process on this 741 and that the requirement that all category changes must be described and transcribed in pairs. In box 22, the action date, we will place the date of 9/30/2025. And since this is an in-place one-party activity, it does not really matter if the date is placed in the shipper or receiver slots. Now to proceed to the detail section. These 4 lines show how material that is being created through the enrichment process and what source material are being removed from the inventory due to the enrichment process. The decrease of material is shown on line 1 and 3 using the inventory change type code of 71, which is removing the natural uranium from the inventory due to the enrichment process. But you can see that with the element weights entered, converted amounts of natural uranium from grams to kilograms reflect the U.S. required reportable unit for this type of material. Note that we also rounded the quantities to the nearest whole unit. Now, lines 2 and 4 are showing an increase of material in facility inventory using inventory change type code 22, where line 2 increases the inventory of enriched uranium by 1 million grams on the facility's inventory. Then on line 4, we show the increase of depleted uranium due to the tail resultant of the enrichment process for the amount of 10,192 kilograms. Now we're going to move on to case study 4, which is going to cover transaction adjustments. Starting with case study 4A, we are going to review an adjustment made to a transaction from risk XXX to risk XXY, transaction number 1, which occurred on May 16, 2025. Looking at the original Form 741 in this example, we notice that in the detail lines that there was originally reporting of 2 kilograms of material type 81, normal uranium, on line 1. Additionally, on line 3, there was an original reporting of 8,220 grams element weight of material type 20, the code for enriched uranium. Looking at the box highlighted in red, on July 30th, 2025, the shipper corrected the element weights for lines 1 and 3 to reflect adjusted weights of 3 and 9,220. As the original transaction is in a closed period, we cannot change the original transaction directly by resending the document to NMMSS. Therefore, we need to create and report an adjustment transaction, which we will do so in the following slides. Beginning with the header information and moving from left to right across the DOE NRC Form 741, we enter in box 1 the shipper risk, which mirrors the original transaction. The risk code would be XXX. Moving to box 2, we would put XXY. We then mirror the original transaction number of 1 in box 3. In box 4, put in the correction number of 1, as this is the first correction we will be issuing for this particular transaction. Remember that a numeric type correction number will require a response from the shipper's partner, while an alpha correction number does not require notification or confirmation from the shipping partner. Moving to the processing code and action code in box 5 and 6. As this is the shipper's correction, we would be putting in an A in box 5 for the processing code, denoting the first time reporting this document to NMMSS, and action code of C, identifying this Form 741 is a shipper's correction in box 6. Moving to the number of data lines, enter the number 4. The basis for because we are going to be correcting 2 lines from the original transactions, and since corrections to NMMSS requires both a back reference removal line and a new data line for the corrected information, therefore, a total number of data lines in this correction will be 4. Moving down to the action date in box 27, we are going to put the action date of 7/30/2025 in row 27B, reflecting the shipper's correction date. Moving to the shipper's data in box 26, please note that the line 1 is going to have a column A back reference number 001. The back reference is a 3-character code that provides a link to another detail line on a Form 741 for use in performing validation of correction documentation. The first character of the back reference field refers to the correction number of the document containing the line of interest to reference. The second and third characters reference the actual detail line number of the detail line of interest. Note that lines that are negating, removing, backing out the information originally reported always reference the original detail line reported. The new lines that are providing the corrected information reporting always reference the negation, removal, backout line that needed correcting. In this case, the back reference for line 1 is referring back to line 1 from the original 741. Looking at column B, line number, we report correction line number 1. But moving to column E, notice how we have a -1, as this field is one of the 5 quantity fields to be backed out, negated for the was removal lines. So we negate out the number of items that was originally reported on the original transaction detail line. Moving to columns G, H, and I, all of these fields are going to be duplicated to reflect the data as reported on the original shipper's side detail line. Looking at column N in line 1, notice how we have a -2. This negation is backing out the element weight from that original line. As is reflected in the original transaction, column P and Q are blank for line 1. Moving to line number 2, reporting a new line that corrects reporting from a prior reported Form 741 detail line. In column A, we have a back reference number of 101. So this reporting provides a reference back to the line 1 on this adjustment 741, where this code 101 connects the negation to what that line should be. Please note for line number of items, it is now reported as 1 again. Columns G, H, and I are also reflective of the same information as the original 741, and it is now in column N where the element weight is corrected to be the quantity of 3. For line 3, the same procedure would apply in that the back reference number in column A is 003, referring to line 3 of the original 741. Notice in number of items for the field that 1 is backed out, negated. All of the information remains the same in G, H, and I. For column N, element weight, there is a -8,220 reported, as well as in column Q, where a -165 is listed for the isotope weight. Notice that in column P, the weight percent isotope does not need to be negative. Moving to line 4, the back reference number of 103, which is now referring to the backout line 3 on the adjustment 741. So this reporting of the should be detail line is saying that the number of items should remain 1, the material type, composition code, and owner code should remain unchanged, but the element weight in column N is now 9,220. Looking at column Q is still 165, as that quantity did not need to change, but it must be reported on the new should be line. Also in column P, the weight percent isotope has changed to reflect the change in element weight. Moving to case study 4B, we are now going to demonstrate how to perform a receiver's adjustment to the same transaction set. Looking at the example Form 741 on the slide, note that on slide line number 2, shown in box 27, that there is a reported isotope weight percent of 1.7080. On July 31st, 2025, the receiving site risk XXY will be reporting an adjustment to the weight percent isotope on line 2 of the receiver's initial DOE NRC Form 741. The receiver is going to change the weight percent isotope on line 2 to 1.7180. This transaction is currently closed in NMMS. Therefore, we are going to report a new receiver's adjustment transaction document. Starting with the transaction header information, boxes 1, 2, and 3 mirror the information on the original transaction. For box 1, it will be XXX, box 2, XXY, and box 3 enter transaction number 1. As this is the second correction to the same transaction, we enter a correction number 2 in box 4. For the process code in the action code boxes 5 and 6, we enter the process code A, first time reporting to NMMS. The action code will be receiver's correction/adjustment code D. Going down to the number of data lines is going to be 2, since we're only going to be changing one data line. Therefore, the 2 data lines will reflect the back out line and new should be data line. Finally, moving down to box 22 for the action date, we're going to be putting the date of the correction, July 31st, 2025, into slot E for receiver's correction. Now down to the detail lines. We're going to be putting our 2 correction lines down in box 27 for receiver's detail data. Please note, as with the previous example, that these are 2 lines representative in column B by lines 1 and 2. Line 1 is going to have the back reference number of 002, which refers back to line 2 from the original 741 document. Moving to column E, number of items, note that the quantity is -1, backing out the original number of items. Columns G, H, and I reflect the same data from the original transaction. In column N, we are backing out the element weight of 5,429 by negating, and column Q is also backing out the isotope weight of 93 with a negation. Remember that the weight percent isotope is still the incorrect value of 1.7080, not negated. Now for line 2 with the back reference number of 201, since 201 references the negation/was line to compare to the should be correction line. Note that the number of items is once again G, H, and I fields are the same, but the element weight is now back to a positive 5,429 in column N, and that the isotope weight in column Q is back to a positive 93. But when looking at column P, the weight percent isotope, it is now the new value of 1.7180. We have now corrected the original line. Our final case study is 4C. Based on an initial one-party transaction that was reported on January 31st, 2025, changes needed to be reported to NMMS. So, on March 31st, 2025, Facility XXX corrected the element and isotope weights of line 3 to 424, and line 4 was corrected to 29,000 element weight and 18,000 isotope weight. An additional line was added for production to show 7,000 element weight and 4,000 isotope weight, with the weight percent isotope of 42.8571%. Consider the information that is being displayed here, which have previously been reported. From this information, we will prepare a one-party adjustment transaction report, Form 741, for risk XXX. The correction number will be 1. So let's complete the header section. The shipper risk and receiver risk will be both XXX. The transaction number will be 250331, the date of the correction. Given this is the first correction for XXX, the correction number is 1. For the process code, we enter A, first time reporting this document to NMMS, along with the action code of M, since this is an in-place one-party transaction that's being corrected. We will be providing 5 number of lines with the detail section, so we will place 5 in the number of data lines field. The action date is March 31st, 2025. There will be no gross weight, as this is an in-place Form 741 where the total gross weight is not required. Here is the detail section of this one-party on-site correction. The first correction is lines 1 and 2, where the first line reports a back reference number of 003 and is removing amounts that were shown on line 3 of the original 741. Line 2 is the updated correct line using back reference number 101, where the first character directs us to the first correction document of the Form 741, which is this 741 document we are completing now, while the 01 second and third characters point us to the first line displayed on this correcting 741 document. Now the second correction set, which is lines 3 and 4, where the third line reports the back reference number of 004 and is removing amounts that were shown on line 4 of the original 741. Line 4 in this correction is the updated and corrected line using back reference number 103, which directs us to this correcting 741 document, and the 03 second and third characters direct us to the line 3 displayed on this 741. Lastly, we have line 5, which is using the back reference code of 000, which tells us that this is a brand new line that has never been reported to NMMSS before. This new detail line is reporting additional nuclear production of plutonium of 7,000 grams element weight and 4,000 grams isotope weight. Exercise 4C is complete. We have completed the review of NMMSS transaction reporting training. We discussed what a transaction report is and its purpose, along with a regulatory framework. We also walked through the process and how to complete and submit a transaction report, which involves becoming familiar with the required MCNA data and the types of codes that are used to complete the DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report. We reviewed the types of submittal methods for reporting the Form 741 to NMMSS, as well as process that NMMSS takes to quality check and validate the transaction reports that are submitted to NMMSS by U.S. facilities. Finally, this foundation has been supported by demonstrating multiple case studies to help provide examples on how to populate the DOE NRC Form 741.
At this time, we will take a short 10-minute break where we will come back at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time to continue the last portion of the NMMSS training series, as well as the closure of this year's NMMSS Users Technical Exchange. See you then.
See you then.
See ya.
Hello, my name is Mitch. In this module, we will be demonstrating a case study for NMMSS reconciliation. This case study involves a U.S. facility that has DOE-owned material in its inventory. We will focus our reconciliation case study on resolving project number discrepancies. The primary NMMSS report used in reconciling DOE-owned material at U.S. facilities is the A200 report, Summary of Ending Inventory Comparison. The A200 report provides the status of project number balances at the time of physical inventory. Let us review the layout of this report from the perspective of this case study. For this case study, we are Facility Central Nuclear Corporation, and it has the risk code BCD as we see here. For this report, the first column identifies the project numbers. These project numbers are organized by material type. The inventory for this case study involves several types of material: depleted uranium, enriched lithium, normal uranium, and finally Pu-238. The second set of columns involves the project inventories, which are derived from reported transactions that have been sent to NMMSS by the U.S. facility. These transactions consist of an element weight and an isotope weight if required. We see that during the year for risk BCD, several transactions have been reported to NMMSS, resulting in transaction-based project inventories in the A200 report. The next set of columns we call COEI, Composition of Ending Inventory. These are project inventories derived from facility-reported physical inventories. So, this is your DOE NRC Form 742C physical inventory listing quantities. And for this case study, we have those quantities listed by material type. Finally, the last two columns we call the difference. These two columns identify the discrepancy between reported transactions and reported physical inventory. Note that for this case, all of these two remaining columns are not blank. We have discrepancies that have been identified for enriched uranium and for normal uranium. This indicates project number quantities are not yet reconciled with NMMSS. For this case study, we will be using the Reconciliation Case Study Worksheet. This worksheet will contain all non-reconciled data, project number data extracted from the A200 report we covered in the last slide, and we translated that into the Reconciliation Case Study Worksheet. This worksheet consists of all the project numbers from the A200 that had discrepancies identified, and it is still organized by material type. We had normal uranium and enriched uranium where both had discrepancies identified in the A200 report. The first two columns, as with the A200 report, contains our generated book inventory, our transaction-based inventory. These are the project inventories that have been derived from the reported transactions that the facility sent to NMMSS. The middle two columns are our COEI category, and those are our project inventories derived from reported physical inventories, which is our DOE NRC Form 742C that the facilities reported to NMMSS. Finally, also from the A200, we translated to the worksheet the differences, those discrepancies between the reported transactions and the reported physical inventory. Where these two column groupings were not identified as identical, we had discrepancies. As you can see, we have a lot of discrepancies for 6 project numbers across 2 material types that identify that the quantities are not reconciled with NMMSS. Over the next few minutes, we will be resolving these issues with the facility so that they can achieve reconciliation with NMMSS. In order to achieve reconciliation with NMMSS, there are 7 actions identified with the U.S. facility BCD requiring additional reporting to NMMSS. This case study will review each of these actions with the goal of populating the reconciliation worksheet based on these discrepancies that were identified. Let us now walk through each action to hopefully resolve all discrepancies and achieve reconciliation, beginning with Action 1. Central Nuclear Corporation, RISC BCD, reported their ending inventory as of September 30th, 2025. Normal uranium is in the form of residues to be leached, which is composition 729. It was incorrectly reported as 997 kilograms. The correct value should have been 977 kilograms, which this material slotted in the project uranium processing, which is the number GCD 10010 EU. We want to identify the entry on the appropriate NMMS report. Is the error in the transaction reporting from our worksheet, or is the error in the inventory reporting from our transaction worksheet? We will show the solution for correcting their entry with NMMS and complete the worksheet to display the results of the correcting entry. So, in this case, the physical inventory listing, the DOE NRC Form 742C, was incorrectly reported to NMMS. Therefore, a DOE NRC Form 742C was resubmitted to NMMS with the corrected element weight. Originally, sequence number 1 was reported as 997 element weight, and we corrected it to 977 element weight. BCD then sent the corrected version of this Form 742C to NMMS. So, let's go back to our reconciliation case study worksheet and decide what the impact of resubmitting the DOE NRC Form 742C physical inventory listing to NMMS would impact our worksheet. In this case, the reporting of the replacement DOE NRC Form 742C impacted the reconciliation worksheet as follows. For normal uranium and for project number GCD 10010 UE, notice in the first column, this is listing transaction, the sum of transactions that the facility has reported to NMMS. In this case, we corrected the inventory, not a transaction. Thus, we would carry down that total value of inventory based on transaction, but for the case of normal uranium, we did resubmit a physical inventory. So, since we originally reported 997 to NMMS, and then we resubmitted our inventory with the correct value 977, we would reduce our calculated inventory based on the DOE NRC Form 742C by 20 to achieve a new balance. Therefore, in this case, the transaction quantity and the inventory quantity are now the same. So, the project number GCD 10010 UE for normal uranium is now reconciled with NMMS due to the re-reporting of their physical inventory listing. For Action 2, BCD reported an ending inventory of normal uranium in the form of samples and standards, which is reported using composition code 771. This inventory reflects quantities in inventory as of September 30th of 2025. BCD reported a quantity of 45 kilograms in the project rough machining process startup using the project number code GGE-01110RM. The correct element weight is 65, so instead of 45 kilograms, it should have been 65 kilograms. The form of this material and the project were originally reported correctly. Identify the entry on the appropriate NMMS report and show the solution for correcting their entry with NMMS. Complete the worksheet to display the results of the correcting entry. As with Action 1, the facility submitted a replacement DOE NRC Form 742C reported to NMMS with the corrected element weight of 65 for this project number GGEO1110RM. If you remember, the original reporting of this line item was 45. What was the impact of Action 2 on our reconciliation case study worksheet? The reporting of the corrected DOE NRC Form 742C, our physical inventory listing, impacted the reconciliation worksheet as follows. This is a similar scenario to that of Action 1, where we have resubmitted our physical inventory, and once again, being that we are submitting inventory, our transaction reporting has not changed. So, we carry down our generated book inventory tally to our total row, and for the physical inventory reporting columns, we have resubmitted that, and yes, that does represent a change where we originally reported 45 and it was replaced with a 65 to be a net increase of 20 to our calculated physical inventory based on reporting from the DOE NRC Form 742C. Notice that these two items for this row between the transaction book inventory and the COEI is now zero difference, and thus project number GGEO1110RM for normal uranium is now reconciled with NMMS. The next action discovered during NRC reconciliation was that during the processing month of September 2025, BCD reported transaction 250301 to record their inventory difference for the current processing month. Transaction 250301 consisted of only one line. This material is enriched uranium where an element weight of 888 grams and isotope weight of 10 grams were reported. The correct element weight should be 1188 grams and the isotope weight should be 14 grams. The material is in the project Uranium Processing GCD 10010UE. A clerical error was made in reporting the transaction to NMMS. Once again, we want to identify the entry on the appropriate NMMS report, show the solution for correcting their entry with NMMS, and complete the worksheet response to display the results of the correcting entry. A DOE NRC Form 741 replacement document was reported to NMMS with the corrected quantities. This is a DOE NRC Form 741 Nuclear Material Transaction Report, and it is an M action code which indicates a one-party transaction, and it is transaction number 250301. Note that when reporting a one-party transaction, the shipper risk and receiver risk are both the same, which is BCD. Also, remember that the process code C we reported means this 741 is a replacement document. In other words, the M741 that had been reported earlier is being replaced by this new document that has the corrected value of 1188 element and 14 isotope. How is our reconciliation case study worksheet impacted by the replacement 741 document identified in the prior slide? Reporting of the replacement NRC DOE Form 741 impacted our reconciliation worksheet as follows. On our worksheet, we are now down to enriched uranium for the project number GCD 10010UE. We look at the first two columns. Is the new reporting changing an inventory or a transaction document? Unlike the first two case studies where we were re-reporting physical inventories, in this case we are replacing a transaction document. So these first two columns are the columns that are going to be impacted, and the replacement document did cause a change to the total quantities reported. Where we originally reported an element weight of 888, we replaced that with an element weight of 1,188 for a difference of minus 300. For the isotope weight, we originally reported 10, and we replaced that prior reported document with 14 for a net difference of minus 4. You can see that on our worksheet where we have included the differences to produce a new net quantity total for the element weight and for the isotope weight. Notice that the element for the transaction book inventory and the element for inventory and the isotope for transaction book inventory and the inventory isotope weights are now equal. So we have a net difference of 0. Thus, for enriched uranium, for project number GCD 10010UE, it is now reconciled with NMMS. Our reconciliation story continues. BCD received 5 items of enriched uranium from Advanced Biophysics Foundry, RIS ABF, and this was through transaction number 10. The material was received in the previous year, fiscally. A recent laboratory analysis determined that an additional gram of both element and isotope was received. This material is in the project number Uranium Recovery GCD 100-100R, and it is in the form of standards, composition code 771. The document in error contained only one detail line, and the element weight was originally 300,681 grams, and the isotope weight was 6,967 grams. We want to identify the entry for the appropriate NMMS report, and we will show the solution for correcting this issue with NMMS and completing our worksheet to display the results of the correcting entry. Action 4 involves a DOE NRC Form 741, and in this case, it's an adjustment type document that needs to be reported to NMMS with the corrected quantities. So, in this case, the shipper was ABF and the receiver was BCD with a transaction number 10. The process code is A, which represents the first time reporting of this document to NMMS. The action code is D, which represents a receiver's correction/adjustment. Notice that the correction number was identified numerically, number 1, which indicates that the shipper ABF will also need to report this correcting document to NMMS. What did we correct? We corrected our quantities for element and isotope weight. Our first detail line identifies what the originally reported quantities on the 741 was, and they were negated. In other words, the first line in this correcting document is canceling out the line as originally reported. NMMS refers to this line as the was line or negation line. Now, what about detail line number 2? Line number 2 is reporting information as it should have been originally reported. NMMS refers to this type of line as the should be line. In this line, place the actual quantities for the element and isotope with the adjusted weight percent isotope, since we increased element and isotope weights by 1 gram. For action number 4, reporting of the adjustment DOE NRC Form 741 impacted our reconciliation worksheet as follows. We are still working with enriched uranium, but now we are dealing with project number GCD 100-100R. Once again, this was an adjustment 741 document. So this correction is going to impact the first 2 columns, generated book inventory, and not the 3rd and 4th columns, which involve changes to our physical inventory reporting to NMMS. In the reporting of this adjustment document, as shown in the last slide, the reporting document did cause a change to our quantities for element and isotope weight, where we originally reported 300,681 element weight, and we adjusted that to 300,682 element weight. For the isotope, we originally reported 6,967, adjusted to 6,968, for a difference of 1 gram to the positive for both the element and isotope weight. We apply that difference to our worksheet to obtain a new total for book inventory based on transactions. We compare that to the element and isotope of our physical inventory, and we now note that there is a 0 element and a 0 isotope difference for this project number. Thus, project number GCD 100-100R for enriched uranium is now reconciled with NMMS. Progress is being made. For Action 5, Extended Nuclear Enterprise, which is RIS EZY, made a shipment of 1 item of enriched uranium to BCD, our facility, on transaction number 422. In a previous process period, the element weight reported was 1 gram and the isotope weight was 0 at 0.75% weight percent isotope. BCD issued a correcting 741 document to reflect the change to both element and isotope weights. The element weight should be 300 grams and the isotope weight should be 3 grams at 1% weight percent isotope. The material is in the project Rough Machining Process Startup with the project number GGEO1110RM. The material was in the form of Other R&D Usage, composition code for 746. The 741 that was provided to RIS EZY was also incorrect. Once again, let's identify the entry on the appropriate NMMS report and show the solution for correcting their reporting DOE NRC Form 741 with NMMS and complete a worksheet entry to display the results of the correcting entry. Like Action 4, for Action 5, we have issued a DOE NRC Form 741 adjustment report to NMMS that have the corrected quantities. In this action, the shipper is RIS EZY, the receiver is RIS BCD, and this is transaction number 422 with a process code of A, first time reporting this document to NMMS, and action code D being another receiver's adjustment/correction. Once again, we provided a correction number 1, a numeric correction, because in our example it stated that EZY also made the same error. Therefore, the shipper EZY must report this same correction to NMMS as the receiver BCD. So, what did RIS BCD correct? The first reported detail line represents a negation of detail information that was originally reported. As mentioned earlier, this line is referred to as the was line. The second line represents the should be line, what the quantity should have been reported originally. Initially, the facility reported quantities of 1 element weight, 0 isotope weight. We negate those quantities in the first line, and our second line replaces that negation with what the quantity should have been, which is 300 element weight and 3 isotope weight. Did this last reporting correcting DOE NRC Form 741 impact our reconciliation case study worksheet? Yes, it most certainly did. Reporting of the replacement DOE NRC Form 741 impacted our reconciliation worksheet as follows. We are still working with enriched uranium, but we're now down to the next to last project number, which is GGO1110RM. Since we did a correcting DOE NRC Form 741, our adjustment will be in the first 2 columns, which is our generated book inventory. The correction that we reported originally, reporting an element weight of 1, which became an element of 300, representing a gain of 299 grams. For isotope weight, we originally reported 0. This quantity was corrected to be 3 isotope weight with a difference of a gain of 3 grams. So if we look at our worksheet, we have populated our difference, calculated our new sum for our generated book inventories, compared those quantities to our COEI, our physical inventory quantities, for the given project number. We find that there is no difference between these 2 categories for element weight and for isotope weight. Thus, project GGEO1110RM for enriched uranium is now reconciled with NMMS. For Action 6, BCD reported during the current reporting period a gain category of from other materials use code 22 for enriched uranium on transaction number 250331. The element weight was 477 grams and isotope weight was 270 grams at 56.6038 isotope weight percent. The gain was a result of the degradation of depleted uranium, which is use code 71. The depleted uranium was reported as 0 kilograms element weight and 0 kilograms isotope weight at 0.1110 weight percent isotope. Production personnel informed BCD that an error existed in their reporting weights. For the enriched uranium, the element weight should be 494 grams and the isotope weight should be 291 grams at 58.9069 weight percent isotope. The depleted uranium values did not change. The material is in the Project Fabrication General Account, project number GGEO1110OF, and it was in the form of hexafluoride product, which is composition code 103. Identify the entry on the appropriate NMMS report and show the solution for correcting their entry with NMMS. Complete on your worksheet the results of the correcting entry. A note to remember is this action is that the data lines representing nuclear material blending use codes such as 22, 77, EN, ED, etc., and must always be reported in pairs. Since the NMMS reporting period is still open for the transaction of interest, which had an activity date of 9/30/2025, a DOE NRC Form 741 replacement was reported to NMMS with the corrected quantities. So, in this transaction report is an M action code, a one-party transaction, which means that the shipper RIS and the receiver RIS are the same facility, which is our facility, RIS BCD. This document is transaction number 250930. Notice that for the processing code, we have entered C, which is a replacement of a prior reported M action code document. What has happened in this resubmittal is that line number 1 has been replaced to now report the corrected element weight, isotope weight, and weight percent isotope values. Based on Action 6, how has our reconciliation case study worksheet been affected? Reporting of the replacement DOE NRC Form 741, which we identified in the prior slide, this document impacted the reconciliation worksheet as follows. We are still working with enriched uranium, and now the project number GGEO11100F. We could see when comparing the replacement document to the original that the original reported element weight was 477. The replacement document for that line number 1 on the M action code document replaced it with 494 for a net difference of plus 17 grams. For the isotope weight, the original document reported 270 and the replacement document changed that to be a 291 isotope with a net difference of plus 21. We have noted the difference for this replacement document in our worksheet and tallied to obtain a new project total for GGEO11100F, which we compare that to our physical inventory reporting for the element and isotope. Notice that at this point there is still a discrepancy for this project number for enriched uranium. Thus, project GGEO11100F for enriched uranium is not yet reconciled with NMMS. So, we must have one additional problem to resolve, which we will discuss in the next action, number 7. We have now arrived at action 7, which will hopefully resolve our remaining issues with the reconciliation of BCD with NMMS. For action 7, BCD issued a correcting 741 document for a receipt of 3 items of enriched uranium from Midway Enrichment Manufacturing, MEM being their risk code, and this is transaction number 4, correction 1. The items are in the form of samples and standards, composition code 771. BCD discovered an error on our 741 that was sent to NMMS. The element weight was entered as a 11 negative grams, and the isotope weight was entered as a negative 10 grams with a weight percent isotope of 90.9091. This mistake was on the was line of the correction, also known as the backout line of our correction number 1 document. The correct element weight is negative 1,111 grams, and correct isotope weight is negative 510 grams, with a weight percent isotope of 45.9046%. The 741 that was provided to Midway was correct, but keystroke errors were made in sending the data to NMMS. The material involves the project Fabrication General Account, project number GGEO11100F. We want to identify the entry on the appropriate NMMS report and show the solution for correcting this entry with NMMS. Complete your worksheet to display the results of this correcting entry. For Action 7, a DOE NRC Form 741 replacement document was reported to NMMS with the correct quantities for the was/backout line. We see that the shipper is MEM, the receiver is BCD. This is transaction number 4, and it is a replacement using process code C with an action code of D, which is a receiver's correction reported as correction number 1. There is one detail line whose purpose is to remove that originally reported line from the original document. In this replacement of the correction, we have now reported the correct element weight, isotope weight, and weight percent isotope. Finally, let's see how our identification of Action 7 has impacted our reconciliation case study worksheet. Reporting of the replacement DOE NRC Form 741 impacted our reconciliation worksheet as follows. We are working on resolution of project number GGEO11100F for enriched uranium. With this replacement 741 we identified on the last slide, this following changes are revealed. Originally, the facility reported negative 11 element weight. the replacement 741 reported negative 1,111 element weight for a difference of minus 1,100 grams. For the isotope weight quantities, originally a negative 10 was reported, and the replacement document changed that quantity to negative 510 isotope weight for a net difference of negative 500 grams. We apply that to our worksheet for project number GGEO1100F, and we see the negative 1100 and negative 500 for element and isotope. We tally our totals to get a grand total based on transaction inventory for the project as we see here. And we compare these two values for element and isotope to the inventory element and inventory isotope, and now there is a net zero difference for both element and isotope weights. Therefore, the project GGEO1110F for enriched uranium is now reconciled with NMMSS. So, NMMSS and BCD have now worked together, identifying and implementing solutions for actions 1 through 7. BCD reported both inventory reporting changes as well as transaction reporting changes, and we supplied that information onto our reconciliation worksheet. After all of this effort, we have determined that all project numbers for Central Nuclear Corporation, which is RISC-BCD, are now reconciled with NMMSS. NMMSS reconciliation is complete.
Welcome back, everyone. In this last question and answer session, we're going to review what was covered since lunch. So we're going to begin.
Yeah, what are the most typical transaction validation errors?
Well, data that is processed into NMMSS is validated through a series of things we call edit checks, and that ensures that compliance is met with business rules that originate from the applicable NMMSS guidance documents.
And then when data in transaction fails an edit check, NMMSS flags the transaction as being in an error. And edit checks for the DOE and NSA side data must be resolved prior to NMMSS monthly closing. And edit checks for NRC licensee facility data must be resolved for annual reconciliation.
So I'm going to point out some of the specific data fields where the most common errors happen when reporting to NMMSS on the 741 form. One is the back reference, which we learned about when we were doing adjustments. There's the weight percent isotope, the total gross weight, the composition code, the 2 and 4 count, which come into play if you're doing things like procuring, donating, loaning, leasing. Also, you watch out for the element weight reporting and the license number. And the other item is watch out for duplicates. So a lot of the time facilities submit their data on a daily basis. They email it with the file to NMMSS, and sometimes they make a boo-boo and send the same file the next day.
Yeah.
So guess what happens? You get a bunch of duplicates. So watch out for that. We don't want to see those. Are there unique conditions for domestic transactions?
Remember that the total gross weight is only reported on original shipper's transaction documents where the action code is A. And how about import-export transactions?
So, of course, there's nuances with specific import and export information reporting, and that is the import-export license and the batch name, which we mentioned earlier. They must be reported on all your import and export transactions. There are numerous items to think about when reporting on one-party transactions.
Like the type of inventory change is extremely important when reporting a one-party transaction. This code specifies if the quantities reported is increasing or decreasing site inventories.
Also, the number of items field for one-party transactions is not reported in most cases, but that field is optional when you're reporting miscellaneous shipments and receipts.
And the composition code is not reported for rounding bias and inventory difference. Also, for these two reporting lines, negative quantities are allowed and must be positive in all other cases.
Excellent.
The next one is about also there are nuances regarding transaction adjustment.
So for that kind of reporting that you do on transactions, remember that the new fields that you consider for adjustments is the back reference field, which consists of the change digit and the line number, as we learned in our case studies earlier. The back reference provides a link between altered and original correction lines, and it's very critical in performing validation. It is required for NRC licensee facilities to use the back referencing reporting, and it is optional and highly encouraged for DOE and NSA sites. We don't want to make any mistakes when we're doing adjustments.
And remember the 5 quantity fields that must be negated when correcting: number of items, element weight, element limit of errors, isotope weight, and isotope limit of error.
Very good. The correction number is also required when reporting adjustments. A numeric correction requires a response from the shipping or receiving partner. So this is an important point. If your kind of correction that you're doing, you want the other side to make the correction as well. So if you're doing a quantity change, something like that, often you want the other side to make it as well. But there are cases where your change does not affect your trading partner. So if it could be quantities as well. Let's say you measured your material that you received, and you reported that and realized, oh, I was slightly off, I need to change that. Well, the shipper might not need to do that. So what you want to do is use an alpha correction, which is an A, B, C, D, etc.
And now we will head up. So then the.
Oh, skip that. Sorry.
Yeah, skip that. Remember the purpose of reconciliation.
Yes. So we're moving on to the last module that we just covered, where we did a reconciliation exercise. So reconciliation involves a systematic process to ensure NMMS records are in agreement with the physical inventory data that sites report and material balance records that are reported by, it's required by NRC, optional for DOE. But as we learned yesterday, for DOE sites, NMMS generates from transactions reported a quote pseudo material balance for them to use. So both of them have material balance reports. All of that needs to balance, and that is reported to NMMS and is balanced with NMMS records.
And each reportable material is reconciled separately by ownership category, DOE owned or non-DOE owned, as is material subject to US agreements with foreign governments or obligations.
Absolutely.
And what is the overall reconciliation process, Mitch?
So I kind of hinted at this already. As we learned in the last 2 days, kind of like the guiding document for this whole process that shows the whole picture is the material balance report. So we have the material balance report, and also you report a physical inventory listing. The data between these two documents must be in agreement with each other. And that is for the material balance, you have the category lines totals of 80 and 81, and that must equal the 899. Remember that code on the inventory that represents your total for each material type. So that must balance. And also the other big part of the picture is all those transactions where you're shipping material off, receiving material, making internal site adjustments to the material. All of those transactions, if you add them up and create a generated inventory and a generated material balance, those all need to match the reported inventory and reported material balance. And we all help you in NMMS to get that accomplished. Remember the difference between reported and generated material balance and inventory. So we're going to go over that one more time.
Yeah, so the MBR, the material balance report, generated from previous ending balance with the transaction applied for the reporting period, compared to facility inventory, reported inventory.
Excellent.
And we would like how are discrepancies resolved?
So this, when we refer to discrepancies, it could be your daily reporting as well as part of the inventory reconciliation process as well. So NMMS communicates with the facility when discrepancies occur, and NMMS uses reports to find these entry problems. And also the sites often receive these reports as well. So they're going to see these errors when they occur down the line. So we record any action needed to correct the discrepancy after talking to you and working together. Be sure and pay particular attention to foreign obligation and project number balances, which tend to be the two areas where you discrepancies slip in. Reconciliation with NMMS, as well as just NMMS reporting. It's all a team effort. And NMMS, we work hard to be part of that process.
So yes, please, for additional questions or assistance, please don't be shy and contact the NMMS team.
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy.
Like me, I'm very shy, so please
Clearly.
don't be like Mitch. Yeah, it's obvious Mitch is shy.
And by this time, you should all know that the NMMS has its own dedicated email at NMMS@nnsadoe.gov.
So this completes our consolidated review of NMMS reporting training for nuclear material operators. Now we will hear from Michelle and Alex for closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Mitch. That was excellent training over the last 2 days. We really appreciate
Thank
it.
you. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
So thank you all for joining us this week for the 30th annual NMMS Users Technical Exchange. I can't believe we've come to the end of this week, but here we are. So I just want to say a few things. We thank you for your engagement. We thank you for your survey responses. We thank you for your questions throughout the week. As a reminder, you can get these recordings. They'll be available with an email from NMMS that will come to your inbox in about 2 weeks. Also, for those who received the Excellence in Reporting recognition, an email link will be sent to you next week. So then you can download, you can print, you can put it up in your office. And then finally, I just want to thank the trainers. I want to thank my co-facilitator. I want to thank all of you for your participation, all of the speakers, the wonderful panels. It was a team effort and we couldn't have done it without everybody. Oh, as well as all the technical staff and the technical coordinators.
Yep.
Could not have done it without you. So thanks, big thanks from everyone here. Alex.
So as this is the last day, today when you leave will be the last opportunity to complete and provide the feedback on this year's NMMS Users Technical Exchange through that prompted survey once you sign out of this Zoom link. But please know if you have any feedback, anytime you need some time to think it over and really put strong feedback for us, you can always send it to the NMMS mail.
Oh, you mean strong, happy feedback?
Only.
Yeah.
Only. Yes.
And as we begin the planning process for next year's annual NMMS users, your feedback is going to be very important for that. So gaining your insights onto what you liked, what could have been improved upon, and then items like what topics you would like to be addressed, what is the preferred delivery platform you would like the annual event to be held in, and or possible breakouts, that would be greatly beneficial for us and included into next year's planning for the technical exchange to make sure it meets your needs and expectations. Because this is meant for you guys.
Yes.
While we are closing this year's technical exchange, training and learning opportunities don't just end here, as you have been hearing as well throughout this. While there are 6 NMMS training courses scheduled throughout the year, where if you are interested in participating, email NMMS or Mitch and Bree as well. Also, if there is anyone in the NMMS reporting community that believes having NMMS come to them to hold any site-specific NMMS reporting workshops with the NMMS analysts, have that one-on-ones, please contact us, email any of the federal staff here, Jana, Michelle, or myself, and we will coordinate that.
I hear rumors that the in-person training that's being in Albuquerque two more times this year. I hear there is donuts and bagels involved.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Every morning, guys. How can you resist?
So as always, NMMS is here to help. So please, if anybody has questions that arise, reach out to them anytime, as our wonderful NMMS staff is there to help you, as they just said earlier too. With that said, we encourage you to carry forward any momentum that arose from this exchange. Let us continue to leverage the insights gained to further enhance the contribution to our specific fields and in turn our collective work as strong and accurate nuclear material data and information is vital to meeting the US government's domestic and international information needs.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
From all of us here at Orinel's Spallation Neutron Source Facility, thank you once again for making this virtual technical exchange a resounding success. We look forward to our ongoing collaboration and the positive impact it will have on our shared mission of maintaining the integrity of the nation's nuclear materials accounting system. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.